Adnan to come.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, everyone. Umar bhai, is everything clear? Can you please join us on the stage?
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Is
Yes,
audio,
we are live.
video, everything is clear? Alhamdulillah.
Yes, you are clear. You are very clear audio.
Alhamdulillah.
And I can see you as well. MashaAllah, tabarakallah. You look like I've had enough sleep.
Subhanallah, I wish I could speak the truth.
Yalla, bismillah.
So give me just a couple of seconds, Umar bhai. You can inshallah say something in the meantime. I'm just doing something here.
All right. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome to the stream once again. Alhamdulillah, last week we had a wonderful stream where many of you came and shared your thoughts, and those who commented and those who sent in private. Jazakumullah khair. We thank you all for your du'as, and we keep requesting you to do the same. And may Allah reward you all for your efforts in this cause. As usual, we say keep sharing the streams to your loved ones. If you're an ex-Ahmadi, as one of the brothers advised before, and this is very effective advice, you just make sure you're on the same network and keep watching the videos, and YouTube will recommend to your relatives, and inshallah they will see the same. And if you find anything useful, like always we say, contact us and share with us. Alhamdulillah, this cause has now become a global cause, and we're getting people contacting us from all over, alhamdulillah, asking for help, asking for translations. So if you can contribute in any way, like we said before, just feel free to contact us. We gave the contact. We'll be giving the contact as well throughout the stream. So it's a cause for the whole ummah, not just only for Imtiaz or for Adnan. It's for everybody. Everybody. You can do da'wah even to your neighbor, to your friends. Even if you don't know the people online, you can share these clips. You can share the streams, and inshallah, people will benefit. Any little thing that you do, Allah will reward you for it. And like we said, that if you have any questions, as usual, type them in the chat. If you feel comfortable coming on the stream, you're welcome. We'll be sharing the link later. And if you're not comfortable, like I said, put them in the chat. If you have any Ahmadi friends, recommend this stream to them. And don't forget to like the streams because it helps the algorithm. Brother Adnan will be joining us shortly. He's just in another meeting. Inshallah, he'll finish and join us as soon as possible. In the meantime, Brother Imtiaz, what's your plan? Is there any? I think there's a change in the plan, right?
Yes, Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Once again, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everyone. And it's been, we become like habitual, to say that we apologize for the delay, but subhanallah, it's Allah's qadr that every time we are kind of dealing with some technical stuff, and alhamdulillah, it's all good now. And as Brother Umar already hinted, inshallah, Brother Adnan Rashid, our beloved Ustaz, is joining us very soon. And inshallah, we are going to do a reaction video in which we'll be responding to one of their recent podcasts, even though it wasn't the plan. But sometime, we plan and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala plans, and Allah's plans are always best plans. So inshallah there is some change in plan, and we are expecting Ustad Nan Rashid to join us roughly inshallah in 15 to 20 minutes. And inshallah, as soon as our beloved Ustad will join, we will inshallah begin the actual program. And the topic of today's live stream is extremely important topic, and let me show you something before I say something else, so you can see that what was part of this topic, so inshallah you can have some idea for the future. So I believe that my screen is visible, Umar bhai. Okay, yes. So as you can see, this was our actual topic for today's live stream. which was regarding revelation of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. But inshallah, we will discuss this topic next week, because today, with some consultation, and we have come to the decision that inshallah we'll do the response to one of the recent podcasts, which is very important, because subhanallah, it's one thing. For example, look, in with all honesty, everyone has the right to believe whatever they want to believe. Okay, everyone has the right to okay, yes. Today we will be struggling a bit because our team is not with us in terms of fixing the layouts and stuff, but inshallah, be patient, be with us, and it should be fine.
Yes, because just so that the viewers, because our team, alhamdulillah, is also doing da'wah offline, and of course, sometimes they also have family commitments. So sometimes they have to balance. Weekend, it's a time that most people have the free time. Most of the people involved are all having, not most, I mean, actually, all of them have other jobs to do, and this is actually we're just doing it in our own free time. And of course, sometimes you have to balance whether you go to the street da'wah or you come and do the online da'wah. But please remember us all in your prayers, so that regardless of where we're doing the da'wah, that may Allah give us tawfiq and ikhlas.
Okay, so yeah, like I said, that inshallah we will do a response, a video very soon. Inshallah, we'll begin in 15 to 20 minutes once our Ustad Adnan Rashid will join us. In the meantime, I just want to utilize this time as well, because you can call it, maybe the whole stream is maybe going to be responding to some of the things they have said, or they have mentioned in their recent I'm not sure what's happening right now. I'm quite unsure of everything happening right now. Okay, so what I was saying is that recently they have published a video on one of their official platforms. I just want to share that video, even though that video is not the actual topic of today's stream, because actual topic is our beloved Ustaz, historian Ustad Adnan Rashid, inshallah, will be responding to some of the blunders they have made in their recent podcast, in which they were apparently trying to respond to some of the questions raised, but in the process of responding to those questions, they always making big mess. So inshallah, in the meantime, I want to utilize this time on something very important. Give me 1 second. I just, subhanallah, it's everything is disorientated because of not having the team with us. Can you fix the screen, Brother Umar, and just remove yourself, please, and just make the, yes, jazakallah khair. Okay, so okay, let's inshallah watch that what these guys are saying, and then we'll see that to what level, and you will see that to what level they can go. Umar bhai,
Brother
just
Imtiaz, is this the one that Adnan will be reacting to, or?
no, that's just in the meantime. Inshallah, Ustad Nan is responding to a different podcast. This is just a short video. It's not short. They try to, you know,
Okay, because
subhanallah, they were.
we have one question. I think it's important to address. If you don't mind, I don't think it will take long for you, Brother Imtiaz. maybe we can, while waiting for Adnan, we can address that question. One of the brothers is asking why can't we marry Ahmadiyya members, Ahmadiyya Jamaat members? Why can't we marry them? Like why can't we intermarry with them, but we can marry the Christians and the Jews? Is the question clear?
Leave this question for another time, inshallah.
Okay, yeah. Maybe
Yeah,
to take too long.
I will completely go off topic.
Okay. Because but many people are sending questions and
I can understand, but like because this question, if I will just give some answer without giving the full
details.
context, it may not be doing justice to the question as well.
Yes, true.
So let's see, inshallah, what these two guys are. And by the way, one of these guys, his name is Ata, and he came earlier on in one or two live streams, but I think once he realized that it's not his domain, then he just stopped coming. But let's see, inshallah, what they are saying here, and then we see that what we can say in response. Okay, let's inshallah begin. Bismillah.
Status. La Nabiya Ba'di, there will be no prophet after me. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said this in multiple occasions. It's mentioned in Sahih al-Bukhari. In all of our hadith literature, it comes multiple times. There will be no prophet after me. So Sunni Muslims and other Muslims, they question Ahmadi Muslims, and they say, how do you believe in a prophet after the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Okay.
So I hope that the point they have, I think, yes, Adnan Sheedba is already with us. So I think let's do it at some other time. Assalamu alaikum. Ustad, your mic is mute.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ustad Adnan Sheed, your mic maybe needs to fix the mic.
Is there? Can you hear me now? My mic is.
There's a bit of echo.
There is echo. 1 second. Let me. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Is it better?
Yes,
okay,
much better.
Okay, brilliant. So sorry, I was busy with another commitment. I had a talk with another institute online, so I just finished and I came. Alhamdulillah.
Ustad, maybe you fix your mic again. There is some problem with your mic, Ustad.
Is it rubbing with my beard or something? Maybe.
I am not sure that if it's not connected properly because it's just.
Can you hear me? Let me come back in.
Okay. Okay, inshallah. Brother Umar, in the meantime, can you please? Okay, let me do a claim from my side.
India would have.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, Ustad.
Can you hear me better now? Is it better?
No, there is some problem. We can hear you, but it's not. It should be a lot better than this.
Okay.
Yes. It was okay for a minute.
Okay. Now.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go.
So, Ustad, would you like to introduce the topic, inshallah?
Okay. The topic was basically we had a plan that this week we were going to do revelations of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. Very interesting topic, a vibrant topic. But we will change the plan because our streams are dynamic. I think yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, Asif Basit posted.
Ustad, I will beg your pardon. I think there is problem with the mic.
Okay.
Because the topic is very important. I want people not to miss anything.
I can hear you very clearly, loud and clear.
We can hear you as well, but there's echo.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know why the echo. Maybe one of you guys has opened
Can you please bring the mic close to your? Then let's
Can
see.
you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Umar, can you give us feedback, Umar bhai?
I think there is echo because I'm sitting in an open area. That's why maybe there is echo because I'm sitting in a hall.
Adnan, my understanding is that even though you have plugged in your hands free, but it's actually still on your laptop's mic.
Yes, it looks like it's using your laptop mic. Maybe
Yes.
unplug it and put it back.
Yes,
Unplug
your
your
mic is
headphones
not
and
connected.
put it back.
Okay,
because as soon as you go close to your laptop, it becomes very clear.
Right. 1 second.
Yeah, it looks better now. It sounds better.
Can you? Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No, it's still echo.
It's okay, yeah? Okay.
Yes, now it's okay. Now it's okay. Good. Bismillah.
Okay, I don't know. Okay, Bismillah
Yes.
ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
Now your mic is connected. Yes.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulillah ma ba'd. So as I was explaining earlier, our intention tonight was to discuss revelation of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. But something happened yesterday. Asif Basit, one of the official murabbis of the Qadiani Jamaat, posted a podcast with a youngster on one of the YouTube channels called Al-Hakam. Okay, it's a new channel. They only have 4,000 subscribers. Some would say, don't engage with them. They are just useless. But again, look, our purpose is not to gain following or gain money here. Our purpose is to actually talk to people who want to listen to us, right? And they have raised some questions. And Asif Basit was repeatedly taunting us, challenging us without mentioning my name, to my knowledge, because I haven't watched the entire podcast. I was listening to it. I listened to some of it. My name wasn't mentioned, but I was, I believe, directly referenced because they were using words that describe me perfectly well, right? Historian, bibliophile, things like that, right? So they were obviously alluding to me. So here we are. We're going to play that podcast and we're going to respond to every single lie, every single point, every single manipulation Asif Basit did of the evidence. Okay, they think people are stupid. They think people don't read, people don't know history, people will just simply listen to them and believe them. As I have been saying for a very long time, do not ever believe anything a Qadiani Murabbi tells you. They are trained to be liars and manipulators. Okay, you must check the context, you must check the background history, you must check the translations, you must check the authenticity of their claims every time they mention something, because they will spin you around their fingers and they will play games with your minds, right? We will show that tonight again, that these people are not trustworthy. However soft and gentle and amicable they may sound to you, they are not trustworthy people. Unfortunately, they are not trustworthy people. That's why we are doing these streams, so that we can expose them. Okay, so they did a podcast specifically dealing with a very devastating point that we have put out for the last year, which is what Mirza was a traitor. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was a servant of the British colonial rule in India. He called it the greatest mercy of God on earth. He said, my religion has two parts. One is obedience to Allah, the other is obedience to the British colonial rule. And they did this podcast to basically, as they say, murky the waters. They did this podcast. Oh, he also said this. He also praised the British Empire. Such and such also said this. Such and such also said. What aboutism? All the way, what aboutism? And not addressing our questions directly. And now we have changed our plan for the night. We're going to play that podcast. It's about an hour, 55 minutes, I think. We're going to dismantle that entire podcast one by one to prove to you, my brothers and sisters in Islam and my brothers and sisters in humanity, that these people are not trustworthy people. They may come across very amicable, very respectful when they want to, okay? But they are nothing but sheep wolves in sheep's clothing. Wolves in sheep's clothing, you will see how. Okay, so Imtiaz Bhai, I think without wasting any more time or without talking about anything else, not that it's a waste of time, everything's important. Even the topic we had today for the night, revelation of Mirza Qadiani, we're going to postpone it until the next week, inshallah. We're going to address the topic next week. Let's go through this one, inshallah. And we invite the common Ahmadis to listen to us. Okay, no insults, no swear words, no curses, simply responding to every single one of his points academically, inshallah. And you know what, brothers and sisters, look at the confidence. This is from Allah. This is not our own achievement. Brother Imtiaz hasn't seen this podcast before. I'm the one who told him about it. I haven't watched all of it, but we are so confident that without preparing for this work, we will respond to every single and we will give references. We will give references that you can go and check, inshallah. Bismillah, start. Let's go. We will respond to Asif Basid's shenanigans, his lies and manipulations of history. Bismillah.
Ahmadi Muslims are British agents, and the Ahmadiyya community was a colonial project, fifth column of the British Empire, to go make Muslims go against each other. And the reason this baffles me is because if we go back to the time of Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad alayhi salam, and when he made his claim to be the promised Messiah and Imam Mahdi, the ulama was saying something else to the British government. They were writing.
Ulama was saying all sorts of things. I don't know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, no, tell me. Tell me.
The ulama.
Adnan bhai, you can ask me to stop anytime. Inshallah, I will stop then.
Inshallah, yeah, we will. I will do that. But I mean, for now, let them flow. Let them flow. Inshallah.
Ulama was saying a lot of things. Like I said, the difference between the Ahmadiyya Jamaat and the rest of the Muslims in this contemporary world that we're living in at the moment is that the rest have chosen to divorce their past. The Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat hasn't. We have maintained the same stance that the founder of the Ahmadiyya community had. The rest are trying to be, it's a revisionist approach, if you like. I mean, it's a very soft term that I'm using as a revisionist. Otherwise, K.K. Aziz would call it the murder of history. And that actually is what describes what's going on at the moment. Because was he a British? I mean, I don't understand, first of all, before going into history and all of that, I've got all of this here today, right?
Yeah, good.
And we'll go into detail.
Yeah.
But, I mean, on the one side, you say, oh, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani didn't even know how to do this. He didn't even know how to read. He didn't even know how to write. Somebody else wrote his books. He didn't even know how to do his buttons properly, etc. And then you say he was a British agent. The British Empire. Would they hire somebody like the one that our opponents describe?
Okay, first of all these things he mentioned about Mirza Ghulam Qadiani are true. He didn't know how to do his buttons. He looked scruffy. He looked dirty every time. Look at his pictures. He doesn't even look like a neat person, right? This is true. I'm not saying this. You're the ones. Actually, you have to doctor his pictures for you to make him look more appealing. And this is a known fact. Look at your official pictures on your official websites of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, where you have actually doctored pictures, right? And you have even changed the complexion of your current Khalifa. Look at his old pictures. He's dark complexion. For some reason, he has become light, full of noor and light. Yeah, all of a sudden, like Michael Jackson painted his face white from being pitch black. So look, you are the people who are playing these games. We're not just making these things up. And we never claimed, to my knowledge, that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani was actually himself appointed by the British. Have we claimed this, Imtiaz Bhai, ever? No, because we are not claiming that he was born of a British plot, although many people do. No doubt, many people do. We are claiming that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani had something going on in his mind, and then he became a well-wisher of the British, a beggar to the British for support, for convenience, for favors, for example. We have evidence for all of that. That's what we're claiming. We're not claiming anything more than the evidence tells us. The evidence tells us that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani appealed to the British for support, for convenience, and for all sorts of things. Okay. And this he was doing by invoking the great services his father and his brother had done for the British colonial rule in India. This is all we're claiming. And he said, serving the British Empire is in our blood. We will shed our blood. We will shed our blood to serve the British colonial rule. This is what we're saying. Is this all untrue? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Which alim, which scholar of India actually said that? This is the question. First of all, I want to know which scholar said that I want to shed my blood for the British colonial rule. Which scholar actually invoked the great, treacherous, when I say great, I mean in inverted commas, treacherous services provided for the British colonial rule against the Indian brethren, freedom fighters, people who are fighting for freedom to get rid of the British from India. Because the British came in, they removed the Mughals from power. Mughals are Muslims who were ruling justly. Mughal rule for about 200 years in India was tolerant, was free, and people practiced their religions freely. Why did we need the British to come in and cause the problems, right? So our claim is that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, he wrote these things and we present the evidence for that, okay? I never claimed, to my knowledge, to my memory, that Mirza Qadiani was born of a British plot. The British made him what he was. No, I believe he was a kafir himself. He disbelieved in Islam himself. No one instigated that disbelief. He himself was a kafir. He himself was a disbeliever who claimed things that go against the Quran directly. Okay, let's go. Imtiaz bhai, you want to add something? Please feel free.
Adnan bhai, if you want me to show any of the references, what you said, I can inshallah share the screen if you like at any point.
Yes, I think that's a good idea. Let's go ahead, because this stream is going to be part of history, so people can watch what we're talking about. Okay, we're not just making this up. We have every single piece of evidence. So people like this Basit Asif, and look, this is how we respond. And we still invite Basit Asif, or Asif Basit, his name is Asif Basit, this Murabi, to come and join the stream. If you're watching right now, join us right now. You're most welcome to join and defend your views, right? Okay, look, these are some of the evidences. We have done streams on this, by the way, okay, in the past. We have done streams, about 3 or 4 streams on this, I think, Imtiaz bhai, with Queen Victoria's picture. And so I think we will just quickly show some evidence and leave the rest of the evidence for you to go and check on those streams. Those streams can be found on my YouTube channel and Imtiaz bhai's, the Dialogue with Imtiaz YouTube channel. You can go and watch those streams. We did about 3 or 4 streams on this very topic. Okay, so what does it say?
By, for example, obviously people can take screenshot of these references, but we can just read some of them. So this is basically public announcements or Majmu' Ishtiharat, volume number 2, latest edition, page number 396 to 407. It's a big announcement published. Now, for example, by one of the part is, Mere Walid Mirza Ghulam Murtaza Raise Qadian कैसे सरकारे अंग्रेजी के सच्चे वफादार और नेक नाम रईस थे. Now, Adnan bhai, the question is, why is he appealing, and why he just want to tell the British Raj that my father was loyal to you? Why?
Because he wants favors, Imtiaz bhai. We have evidence for that. He actually invoked these services for the British colonial rule in India, committed by his father and his brother, so that he can get favors from the British rule. Okay, so he was actually using these services to gain sympathy from the colonial officers ruling British India at the time. And we want to clarify from the get-go, the British colonial rule in India was one of the worst catastrophes in human history. Let us clarify. What is the problem? Where is the actual problem? Why are we raising this point? Why did Asif Basit, why did he do this podcast? Because it has been disturbing the Jamaat. It has been disturbing common Ahmadis. They are raising questions. They're asking questions. How can a prophet of God work with someone like that or an entity like that? How can a prophet of God praise a principality like that? How can a prophet of God invoke their compassion, their favors for himself and his family and his followers? How can a prophet of God do that, having known the track record of the British colonial rule in India? Okay, it had been one of the worst catastrophes in human history, and books have been written on this very topic. Any book you pick up, a modern book published in the last 10 to 20 years on the British colonial rule in India in particular. I'm not talking about Kenya, I'm not talking about African colonial settlements, I'm not talking about what happened in Australia, I'm not talking about what happened in Canada, I'm not talking about what happened in the US until the War of Independence, right? I'm not talking about all that. I'm talking about India in particular, where Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was born. So it is impossible for him to not know all these things that have come to light recently in books.
And you know, Adnan bhai, we just want to highlight few important things, if you allow me, bhai. Is it okay, bhai?
Please go ahead.
Okay, Adnan bhai, look at this one. It says, महज इस एतिकाद की तहरीक से जो खुदा ताला की तरफ से मेरे दिल में है. Now basically Adnan bhai, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, who was claiming to be a prophet, when he is saying that he is doing all of that because Allah is guiding his heart to do all of, which mean now if somebody was actually going against the British Raj, or somebody was resisting the British Raj, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is telling them that you are disobeying Allah and His Messenger. And why the inshallah, I'll show you in a minute. It says in black and white. Now it says that खुदा ताला की तरफ से मेरे दिल में बड़े जोर से बार बार इस बात को मुसलमानों में फैलाया है कि उनको गवर्नमेंट बरतानिया की जो दर हकीकत उनकी मोहसिन है सच्ची इताअत इख्तियार करनी चाहिए और वफादारी के साथ उसकी शुक्रगुजारी करनी चाहिए, वरना खुदा ताला के गुनाहगार होंगे. जी over to you, bhai.
So the translation to summarize of this particular quote and paragraph is that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying that Allah has put this in his heart, that Muslims must obey and be well-wishers of the British government in India, because the British government, the colonial British government of India, is a well-wisher of the Muslims. And if they don't do that, if they don't become well-wishers of this government, then they are disobeying Allah and His Messenger, and they are sinners. So this is now religion. This is not an opinion. This is not even an option now. You must obey the British colonial government as your religious duty, as a point of your religion, as a tenet of your religion. This is where the problem is. Mirza made it into religion that you must obey the colonial, the oppressive, the tyrannical, the racist, the genocidal, the unjust British colonial rule on India or of India, the British Raj, known as the British Raj. Okay? And I will keep repeating these words. Yes.
And you know, bhai, I just want, because you said this before, we just want to show the reference as well. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying, हमारे बुजुर्ग हमेशा इस राह में अपनी जान देने के लिए तैयार रहे. And then he says, फिर नाउजुबिल्लाह, क्यों कर मुमकिन है कि हम अपने दिलों में मुफसिदाना इरादे रखें. जी भाई, and maybe I read this one, then you can explain for the people, भाई. यही वजह है कि मेरा बाप, मेरा भाई और खुद मैं रूह के जोश से इस बात में मसरूफ रहे कि इस गवर्नमेंट के फवाइद और एहसानात को आम लोगों पे जाहिर करें और इसकी इताअत की फर्जियत को दिलों में जमा दें. यही वजह है कि मैं 18 बरस से ऐसी किताबों की तालीफ में मशगूल हूँ जो मुसलमानों के दिलों को गवर्नमेंट अंग्लेशिया की मोहब्बत और इताअत की तरफ माइल कर रहे हैं. जी भाई.
So he said in the first quote, to summarize, that my elders, my predecessors, my ancestors have been serving the British colonial rule from their hearts, and why would I, God forbid, hold any ill feelings towards this government? Why would I? Okay, I wouldn't. And then in
Actually,
the second quote,
it says to sacrifice their lives.
Oh yes, absolutely. Thank you for pointing that out. हमारे बुजुर्ग हमेशा इस राह में अपनी जान देने के लिए तैयार रहे हैं. They have been willing, or they had been willing to give their lives in this cause. What cause? To be loyal and to be subservient to the British colonial rule of India. This is a traitor. This is a traitor, the son of a traitor, the son of a traitor. This is a traitor who is working with a foreign occupying power, oppressing the native people beyond repair. You cannot imagine the damage that was caused by the British colonial rule in India. This is why anyone who studies the Qadiani Jamaat's history carefully, which Asif Basit alluded to, you will come to realize that treachery to the people of India was part of Mirza's religion. And common Ahmadis don't know this. They don't have a clue about this. That's why we want to highlight where the problem is. The problem is that you are praising and you are dying to serve an entity that was potentially, possibly more evil than the Pharaoh and Nimrod and all the evil examples Allah alludes to in the Quran put together, because they killed more people. They killed, the British colonial rule killed more people than the pharaohs of Egypt and then the king of Chaldee or the king of Babylon had killed. Okay, all these oppressive entities that are mentioned in the Quran. Yes.
By inshallah, maybe we'll inshallah just read these three more and then we can inshallah move on. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying that ये तो हमारा अकीदा है, मगर अफसोस के मुझे मालूम होता है कि इस लंबे सिलसिला 18 बरस की तालीफात को, जिनमें बहुत सी पुरजोर तालीफात इताअत गवर्नमेंट के बारे में हैं, कभी हमारी गवर्नमेंट मोहसिना ने तवज्जो से नहीं देखा. एंड देन ही सेज दैट तमाम फिरकों में से गवर्नमेंट का अव्वल दर्जे का वफादार और जानिसार यही फिरका है. सुभान अल्लाह.
Okay, now no, stop there.
जी भाई जी.
He's saying, for 18 years I've been reading books on how to be loyal to the British colonial rule of India
by publishing
yes. And I've been talifat. He's saying talifat, the things that he has himself published in this vein. So he wants to basically tell the Muslims of India to obey wholeheartedly the British, the racist, the genocidal, the unjust, the cruel rule of the British over India, the colonial rule of British India. Obey them. Okay. And then in the next quote, he states that out of all the groups of people in British India, this new group, this new cult, or this new sect is the most loyal to the British colonial government of India. Now, it's in black and white.
And you know, by he used two things, wafadar or janisar. He's dying to give his life for them.
Yes. Loyal, wafadar means loyal, and janisar, willing to give your life for them. Willing to die for the British colonial rule of India. Okay, again, genocidal, cruel, racist, unjust British colonial rule of India, even apartheid rule, because the whites were completely separated from the rest of the Indian population, whether you're Muslim, Hindu, or Christian. The whites were treated very differently, hence racist. So anyone who reads about the British colonial rule over India, okay, and if you know about apartheid South Africa, there was not much difference. Right? So let's continue. The next quote is, और मैं यकीन रखता हूं कि जैसे जैसे मेरे मुरीद बढ़ेंगे वैसे वैसे मसला जिहाद के मोतक़िद कम होते जाएंगे, क्योंकि मुझे मसीह और मेहदी मान लेना ही मसला जिहाद का इनकार करना है. There you go. He's saying, as my followers will grow, this is how the concept of jihad will die eventually. Those who will accept me as Masih, the Messiah, and the Mahdi, naturally the concept of jihad will be killed. They will refuse to accept this concept, which is an Islamic concept found in the Quran and in the Sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And Mirza is saying that if you accept me as the Messiah and the Mahdi, you will not even think of resisting the cruel, the racist, the genocidal, the unjust British colonial rule of India. You will not even think about it. These are the things Asif Basit and Murabbis like that will never address. They will never come to these streams. When we put these things out, they will die spiritually, metaphorically. Okay,
Why, sorry, they are dead spiritually already. It's
already, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
just metaphorically.
Metaphorically, yes. And we don't want them to die, by the way. We are well-wishers. We are true well-wishers of the Ahmadiyya Jamaat and the common Ahmadis. We want you to know this stuff so that you can free yourself from the clutches of this evil cult run by these evil Murabbis. Okay, so let's go back to his talk. These are, by the way, these are the claims we are making. Yeah. We're not making anything else. These claims are black and white from the writings of Mirza. This is all we are saying. We're not saying anything else. Come and respond to this bakwas. Come and respond to this evil stuff. This kufr. This is kufr. Okay. Yes, Imtiaz bhai.
Bhai, I just want to point out two things. Number one, he was telling people that because he is Messiah and according to Ahadith, Yadaul Harb, he will lift the wars. But on the other hand, he's saying that I am willing to die for the British Raj. So it means that he's telling the Muslims that you cannot resist. No more wars.
Yes.
But on the
just
other
don't
hand,
fight. Don't fight the British. Don't fight. Basically, what Mirza is saying, don't resist and fight the British colonial rule of India. Don't resist them. Okay? Jihad against the racist, the bigoted, the unjust, the genocidal, okay, the apartheid British colonial rule over India is haram. That's what he said. Jihad again. But to fight for them, to die for them is part of religion. It is a religious duty for the new firqa, for the new cult, for the new group of the Ahmadiyya. It is obligatory, because what is he saying? कि तमाम फिरकों में से गवर्नमेंट का अव्वल दर्जे का वफादार और जानिसार यही नया फिरका है. If you know Urdu, you know what that means. But loosely translated, that from out of all the sects in India, okay, this new sect, this new cult, this new group is the most loyal and life-giving, willing to sacrifice their lives for the government, the British colonial government. Okay, so this is all we're saying, Asif Basit. We're not saying anything else.
Subhanallah. Why look at this one? गर्ज ये एक ऐसी जमात है जो सरकारे अंग्रेजी की नमक परवरदा और नेक नामी हासिल करदा और मोरदे मराहम गौरमेंट. Yeah, more. Now, why the point is, सरकारे अंग्रेजी की नमक परवरदगा, नमक परवरदा, basically saying we are namak halal.
Yes. So basically what he's saying is that this Jamaat, the Ahmadiyya, the Qadiani Jamaat, is basically a Jamaat that has been fed by the British government. Okay, we have had your salt. In the Urdu language or in the Indian subcontinent culture, when you say that I have eaten someone's salt, it's like saying that I have to be loyal now because I have eaten your salt. I have to be loyal to you. This is a figure of speech in the Indian subcontinent, and all the Qadianis and the Ahmadis know what that means. Okay, or nek nami hasil karda. Okay, and we have been in good books of the British colonial government. Okay, and we have been looked upon by mercy. Okay, by the government. This is all he's saying. So Asif Basit, This is all we are saying. We're not saying anything else. Responding to you directly. We're watching your podcast. Imtiaz bhai, if we continue like this, it's going to be forever. So let's move quickly. Otherwise, because there are so many, brothers and sisters, look. Yeah. There are so many quotes. There are so many disturbing things in Mirza's books when it comes to serve. Him dying to serve the British colonial rule, that will be here all night. Okay, so we'll address these things very quickly, inshallah. We want to go back to the podcast and address some of his points. Yes.
Gain so much success.
Gain so much success, right? So they need to first figure out themselves what exactly do they want. You know, whether they want to paint him like that, or they want to paint him as a British agent, or whatever.
Tell me first about what they were actually saying to the British, because Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Islam, he claimed to be the Mahdi.
Right.
And I think it's so important for our viewers and our listeners to know what the ulama were doing. Right. How were they contacting the British Empire?
Well, it's interesting you asked that, because what they were doing was they were telling the British government, we are loyal to you. This man, i.e. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, is not.
The ulama was saying this.
The ulama was saying this. The Muslim ulama were saying this.
Okay, Imtiaz bhai. So he's saying, tell us what you're calling him. We're calling him everything the quotes are calling him. We just put out the quotes. In his own writing, he's saying, I'm loyal. I would give my life for the British colonial rule in India. We are the most loyal sect or most loyal group of people in the Indian subcontinent to the British colonial rule in India. My ancestors have served you. I have worked for 18 long years publishing books to make people loyal to the British colonial rule to India. It is absolutely forbidden to resist the oppressive, the racist, the genocidal British colonial rule over India. Jihad will be finished against them. You cannot resist, you cannot fight them using the concept of jihad to resist oppression and disbelief that was imposed by the British colonial rule in India. All of these things, they point to one thing: agent. Of course, he was an agent in that respect. He was an agent, but he was a self-proclaimed agent. This is the point. He was dying to be an agent. He was trying to make his own murids, his followers, people who became his followers. He wanted them to be agents of the British colonial rule in India, because he's writing that my followers are the most loyal to the British colonial rule in India, and they would die for this rule, and they are very loyal. We have read the quotes in black and white. There's no denying. So stop lying, Asif Basid. This is what he wrote. This is what he was. Continue, inshallah.
If you I just beg your pardon. Just give me 1 second. Yeah. I just want to show people something so they can see exactly what we are trying to highlight here. So, look at this one. It says that हम तमाम मालो जान से अपनी ताकत और हैसियत के मुवाफिक गवर्नमेंट बरतानिया की इमदाद के लिए हाजिर हैं. I repeat again. It says that, by the way, this one is Majmua Ishtiharat, volume number 1, page 595 and 596. He is telling all the things they have done for the British Raj. And look, he says here, he says that वो गवर्नमेंट बरतानिया के, he says that my elders, वो गवर्नमेंट बरतानिया के खैरख्वाह हैं. अपने अफ़आल से साफ तौर पर बार बार हुक्काम पे जाहिर कर दिया कि हम तमाम मालो जान से और अपनी ताकत और हैसियत के मुवाफिक गवर्नमेंट बरतानिया की इमदाद के लिए हाजिर हैं. और ना सिर्फ ये, बल्कि 50 घोड़े अपनी गिरा से खरीद के और 50 सवार भी बहम पहुंचा के 1857 के शोर शर के वक्त में गवर्नमेंट की नजर किए. फिर दूसरी मर्तबा 14 घोड़े नजर किए. और इस तरह वो और वक्तों में भी गवर्नमेंट की खिदमत में मशगूल रहे और वक्तन फवक्तन खुशनुदी की चिट्ठियां पाते रहे और इनामात भी मिलते रहे. और 40 बरस अपनी उम्र अजीज के इन्हीं खिदमात में उन्होंने बसर किए. और फिर बाद उनके इंतकाल के मेरा बड़ा भाई मिर्जा गुलाम कादिर खिदमात गवर्नमेंट में मशगूल रहा. जी भाई.
So in this quote, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying that my ancestors have been loyal to the British government to the extent that they provided 50 cavaliers in the during the War of Independence of 1857, when the Indians, Muslims and Hindus, both united to drive out the British from India, because the British were extremely racist and unjust and genocidal, and they were very, very oppressive. And now they were trying to impose Christianity on Muslims and Hindus by using the cartridges that were made of pig fat and cow fat. Pig abhorrent to Muslims, cow sacred to Hindus. So they did this to take away their religion or to reduce their respect for their own religions. And because of this, the Indians, the Hindus and the Muslims both united and fought the British to drive them out. And what does Mirza's father do? Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's father sends them 50 horsemen, 50 cavaliers to keep them in India, to keep them in that powerful position, to continue oppressing the Indians, the Hindus and the Muslims, to continue forcing Christianity upon them, and to continue send missionaries to India to do so, right? And then he says, then we also sent 14 horsemen at a separate occasion, okay? And they, because of these services, they received acknowledgements from the government and gifts of appreciation from the colonial government of India, okay? And my brother, after my father died, having served the British for 40 years, after he died, my brother continued to serve the British colonial government, right? This is the reality. What agent? What are you talking about, Asif Basit? Do you not have any shame? He was more than an agent. This guy was like a loyal, treacherous servant of the British colonial rule against all the Indians, his own Muslim brethren and the Hindus who were suffering under this oppressive colonial rule. I am so surprised at the intellect of these people, and they're accusing us of not reading Mirza's books. I'm completely blown away. Seriously.
Inshallah, bhai, we'll inshallah play the video, and I'm gonna show inshallah one couple of references which will inshallah will be a shocker for Asif Basit inshallah. But let's inshallah continue with the video now.
Trying to convince the British government, reminding the British government of the Mahdi of Sudan,
right,
who was a violent, violent in his outlook and a claimant of Mahdihood.
Right.
So they were telling him, you see, anybody who makes a claim to Mahdaviyat or to be a Mahdi, you know what they end up doing and the type of revolts that you're going to face at his hand. So this guy is not loyal to you. We are.
The ulama of
the time are saying this to the British government, to the British Empire.
Yeah.
We are loyal to you. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is not.
And do we have proof of this?
We have 100% proof of that for everything. Because, especially from the Al Hadith section,
okay,
the likes of Nazir Hussain and the likes of Muhammad Hassan Batalvi, etc. Them, writing to the government, approaching them, telling them, oh, you see, this guy is going to create havoc. You better keep him under control. You better keep an eye on him. And eyes were kept on him.
How so?
He remained under surveillance for quite a lot of time. I mean, from the moment that he appears in the Gurdaspur Gazetteer, which...
So here, Asif Basit is actually exposing Mirza Ghulam Qadiani himself. What he's saying is that the ulama were accusing Mirza Ghulam Qadiani of being a violent person because he's claiming to be Mahdi. And if he turns out to be like the Mahdi of Sudan, then he will cause violence, right? So the ulama were accusing Mirza Ghulam Qadiani of being a Mahdi, and by that virtue being a violent reformer or reviver or something like that, right? But then Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, how does he respond? He completely puts himself on a platter for the British to take over, to control, to use and abuse and misuse. Okay, and he tells the British colonial rule, then I'm loyal. I'm writing books in your favor. I'm trying to kill jihad. I'm trying to kill the spirit of resistance in India. I don't want to be, I don't even forget about fighting you. I want to fight for you. I will give my life for you, and so will my followers. So don't listen to these ulama. So in other words, Asif Basit is actually indicting Mirza, telling us that it had nothing to do with Allah. It had nothing to do with religion. He just wanted to save his skin because I mean, if we believe him, if the ulama were accusing Mirza Ghulam Qadiani of potentially becoming a violent Mahdi like the one in Sudan, then Mirza was trying to save his back. He was trying to save his skin by putting all these messages out to the British colonial rule in India. And if that's true, then how can he be a sincere person, let alone a prophet of God? Come on, guys, use your brains. Yes, Imtiaz bhai.
Adnan bhai, I want you to please address one more point. For example,
Yes.
in the case of British India, the biggest plea Mirza Ghulam Qadiani and his Jamaat is taking, because the British, they were very fair to all groups, to all religions, they allow us to live as a Muslim, etc. The point is, Adnan bhai, if that was the case, then Mirza Ghulam Qadiani must have said that in other places where the colonizers are oppressing and not allowing you to live as a Muslim, you can fight against them, but don't fight here. But did he
Yes.
say that? Did he say that?
No, absolutely not. He said jihad is finished.
Yes.
Jihad is completely dead. Jihad has no place in his religion. So that means if jihad is not allowed in India against the British colonial rule, it is not allowed anywhere else in the world. Okay, he didn't, because Mirza did not make any exceptions. He said jihad is done, finished. Okay,
Yeah,
no more jihad. The jihad is what? Jihad is fighting oppression, helping the poor and needy, helping the oppressed, as the Quran clearly states in chapter 4, right? Jihad is to protect the poor, the needy, the oppressed, those who are being oppressed. Jihad is a mechanism to defend them, right? Mirza is saying, don't defend the oppressed. Don't defend your rights. Don't fight for your rights. Don't stand up for your rights. Don't even speak up for your rights. Yeah. Otherwise, you're a traitor. You are not my follower. Yes.
Yeah. Basic Adnan bhai, can you please tell the viewer as a historian that at that time when Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was writing this in British India, how the Muslims were suffering at the hand of colonizers in the other part of the world?
Oh, absolutely. Everywhere the Muslims faced the brunt, the brutality of the British colonial rule, not only in the Indian subcontinent, but everywhere where the Muslims are found, even in East Africa. Okay, the Muslims in India, particularly more so, because there was a strong presence. There was a strong existence of Muslim civilization. Muslims had ruled India from time to time, from place to place, for nearly 700 to 800 years, Imtiaz bhai, right? Muslims had ruled parts of India with justice, okay, with equality, with egalitarian values for a very long time, okay? And Muslims had lost that rule. And Muslims knew that their rule was better than the British rule. And the British knew that the Muslim rule was better than their rule. And you know how they actually responded to the questions about the brutality and the racism and the genocide that they had committed in Bengal in the 18th century? People think the Bengal famine of the Second World War was the worst. No. People don't know history. Go and study the history of the 18th century. In the 1770s, the Bengal famines then were far worse than what we witnessed later on. So there were famines upon famines caused by the British economic policies and British agrarian or agricultural policies in Bengal in particular, where people suffered the most for a very long time, over 200 years. Hundreds of millions of people died in Bengal in particular. Okay, of course, all over India later on, no doubt, but in Bengal in particular. Okay, and this basically, when the Muslims were questioning the brutality of the British, they produced two volumes of Muslim history of India. Okay, this particular collection is called Eliot and Dowson. Okay, Eliot and Dowson collection of the Muslim history of India. What they did in Imtiaz bhai, they took some brutal passages from Muslim history. Okay, they translated them into English. Okay, and they basically put them out to tell the British subjects in India that Muslims are very brutal. We are brutal. We have done all these crimes. But look at Muslim history. For example, Sultan Mahmud Ghaznavi came into India and he killed 100,000 Hindus, for example. And every historian today knows that these numbers are highly exaggerated. These chronicles, these histories were written by historians of the state, and they were writing these histories to inflate the status of the king. All major historians of the Indian history today reject the authenticity of these narratives. So what Eliot and Dowson, two researchers and translators, what they did was they took these brutal passages and put them together to paint themselves as the saviors, not to paint the Muslims as barbarians necessarily, but they wanted to show, look, you are nostalgic about the Muslim past, you're crying about the Muslim history and Muslim sultans and kings and the justice. Look what the historians wrote about them. Okay, but look at us. We, in comparison, are very civilized. But you see, the problem was most people didn't get to hear what they were doing in Bengal, what they were doing in the Punjab, how they were brutalizing the farmers of India and how they were dying due to starvation in the hundreds of millions. Jazbhai, I want you to put something up from the very beginning. Google 100 million deaths in India. 100 million deaths in India in colonial, during the colonial rule, and put up that article on the screen so that everyone can see. This is only about 40 years. What we are about to show you happened just in 40 years when Mirza himself was active as Masih, as Mujaddid, as Mahdi, as Masih Maud, and then as a prophet. Within these 40 years, or 30 years, let's say, from 1880 to 1908, when Mirza Ghulam Qadiani died, within these 28 years, when Mirza was dying to serve the British colonial rule in India, writing papers and works, when Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was dying to serve this colonial rule, at that very time in India, this was taking place. Why this particular article, why these numbers are important is because when Mirza was alive himself, praising the British colonial rule in India, okay, paying tributes to them and expressing his desire to die for the British colonial rule in India, this is exactly what was happening. This is happening when Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is active as Masih, as Mahdi, as Mujaddid, and as the Masih Maud, and as the prophet.
And telling people it is obligation on you to obey the British Raj and to love the British Raj.
After this, when this is taking place, and he is supposed to be a prophet of God, he's mulham. Allah is telling him, and you know what he said, that Allah told me to be loyal to the British colonial rule. Allah, when they are doing this, look at this, how British colonialism killed 100 million Indians in 40 years. Wallahi, Imtiaz Bhai, when I saw this article for the first time, my mind was, my mind went blank. When aapki aankhon ki aage se jo roshni, andhera aa jata hai, how is this possible? But these historians, they are claiming that this happened. Okay, this happened. And if you look at the subtitle, okay, the subtitle, what does it say? Between 1880, sorry, one second. Between 1880, I'm trying to zoom in. Okay, between 1880 to 1920, British colonial, what does it say? Can you read it, Imtiaz Bhai?
Yeah. Between 1880 to 1920, British colonial policies in India claimed more lives than all families in Soviet Union.
No, all famines.
Sorry, all famine. Yes, sorry, all famine in Soviet Union and
Maoist China
and North Korea combined.
Okay. What are these two scholars, Dylan Sullivan and Jason Hindall? Sullivan and
Jason Hickel.
Jason Hickel. I can't read it. Sorry, I can't zoom in right now. It's too small. The print is too small. Okay, maybe you can zoom. Okay, Dylan Sullivan and Jason Hickel, they are both claiming that between 1880 and 1920. Exactly the years when Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is an active author. He's an active writer. He is an active propagandist. He's an active servant of the British colonial rule. And he's telling his followers to be loyal to the British colonial rule. Even if you have to give your lives for this rule, do so. What rule? A rule that's causing 100 million deaths. So many deaths that all the famines in communist Russia, Maoist China, and North Korea, all of them combined do not match the numbers of people killed in these 40 years when Mirza Ghulam Qadiani himself is all those things mentioned. Mujaddid, Masih Ma'ud, and a prophet of God, praising specifically directly this rule. So what are you talking about? That the British were very just and very tolerant, and they had provided freedom for people to practice their religion. What religion when there are no people left in India to practice religion? What religion are you talking about, man? 100 million people, according to these two historians, were killed, according to the estimates. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people.
Yes.
And if this is true, then Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was not only a false prophet, was not only a liar and Dajjal, but he was a criminal of the top grade. He was a criminal. He was a criminal, a collaborator, a servant of an entity that's worse than Fir'aun, possibly. Only Allah knows the status of the British colonial rule with him. Only Allah knows. We are only estimating by the numbers. Okay, yeah. I'm sure the Pharaoh didn't have this many people. The entire Imtiaz bhai, wait. The entire population of the planet Earth, the entire population of the planet Earth wasn't this much.
Yes.
When Pharaohs were killing innocent people of Banu Israel, that Allah alludes to in the Quran, and this is why they were criminals. Why were the Pharaohs and the establishments criminals? Because of the oppression, the injustice they did to Banu Israel, right? Yeah. Okay, but the entire population of planet Earth wasn't 100 million, and here we have the British colonial rule from 1880 to 1920 killed 100 million people due to their policies. And Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying, loyal, die for them if you have to. And we are the most loyal to them. And my father and my brother have been serving them to keep them in power so that they can continue doing this. Okay. And it doesn't stop there, by the way. It didn't stop at 1920. It continued during the Second World War. Okay. If you Google Bengal famine during the Second World War, Imtiaz bhai, put up the first article. I haven't checked. Put Bengal famine. Yeah, Second World War. Bengal famine. Bengal famine during the Second World War. This is the rule Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud was dying to protect. Because this happened when Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud, Mirza's son, he was the caliph. Okay. Have you found any articles?
Yes. Let me share my screen and
there you go. This is basic research. This is basic stuff. You go online, put this stuff up, and that's it. It's there for you to see, right? Okay, there you go. Bengal famine of 1943. What article is this? What website is this, Imtiaz bhai?
It's Britannica.
Okay. Britannica. It's Encyclopedia Britannica. Yeah. Can you open it? Is it opening?
Yes, it's opening.
Article. Okay, we just have to read the subtitle in the beginning. People can go and read the rest in their own time. Okay. Bengal famine of 1943 that killed close to 4 million people. I know the numbers. And this was done directly by Churchill, his policy. Okay. Grain basically was taken away from Bengal and people died on the streets. People died on the streets.
Is it by visible on the screen or?
No, it's not visible at the moment. It's not there.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Maybe I just moved by mistake. So is it visible now?
Yeah, the screen is visible, but the article is not visible. I think you have to log in to read this article. You have to be a member. So do you have anything else that you can put up?
Yeah, for example, it says here that that affected Bengal in British India in 1943. It resulted in the death of some 3 million people.
Yeah, and there are estimates that the people
Is
who
that
died
the
were
one?
4 million. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Yes, that's the one. Okay, that's one of them. This is Churchill
Yeah.
during the Second World War. Okay, then we have the Punjab after or when the partition was taking place in 1947. Over 1 million people died in the Punjab alone because of the mismanagement of the British colonial rule. Basically, who was the head of the state at the last viceroy, Lord Mountbatten. Okay, so all of these things, and the list goes on and on and on. If you read any book on the British colonial crimes, another book I want you to put up in Tazbai, if you can, Inglorious Empire, okay, by Shashi Tharoor. By Shashi Tharoor. We're presenting this evidence because they say we don't present evidence. We don't, okay, we don't present evidence. Here's the evidence for you to go and see why Mirza could not possibly be a decent man, let alone a prophet or a mujaddid or a Mahdi. What kind of Mahdi is this who is siding with the worst colonial crime that took place in human history? Okay.
By what is the name of the book?
Inglorious Empire. One of them is Inglorious Empire, and another one is Era of Darkness. You can put it up, just Inglorious Empire, and people can see the picture of it.
Yeah.
You see, it's taking us long to respond to his points because there is so much to address. There's so much. We can be here for 2 days just responding to every single one of his manipulations and lies, where they try to paint Mirza as some decent man with a halo around his head. Is it there, Tazbai?
Yeah, inshallah. I'm gonna just share the screen.
So, yeah, the screen is coming up, and you can see, you can just read this book. Just one book would be enough. If you are sincere as a seeker, as a researcher about the crimes of the British colonial rule in India, an entity, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, was religiously following and praising and wishing to die for. That's it. That's enough for you to know. Okay, it's not coming up in Tazbai.
Gigi, by just 1 second. I think there is some lag.
Okay.
Is it visible now?
Yes, coming up. I can see something. Yeah, there you go. That's Shashi Tharoor. And if you zoom the screen, if you make it bigger, okay, if you make it bigger, yeah, there you go. Inglorious Empire. What the British did to India. Simple. What the British did to India. This is the book. That's the author there. He's an Indian author. I don't know if he's a Hindu. He may be a secular Hindu or maybe an atheist. I don't know what his religious persuasion is, but he's an historian, and he has authored this book, Inglorious Empire, what the British did to India. Just simply go and read it. Simply go and read the book, and you will know what Mirza, and in light of his own writings, in light of Mirza's own sentiments about the British colonial rule in India, you will have no doubt that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was a criminal of the top grade, let alone a decent man or a prophet or a mujaddid or a Mahdi. Come on, guys. You have more sense than that. There are Ahmadis and Qadianis who are educated people. You don't need more than this, okay? You know this is the truth. Let's play him, inshallah. Let's go. Let's continue.
Which was a document published by every district by the British government to mention anything of interest, as you would call it these days. Hazrat Mirza Sahab, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, he became a person of interest for the British government a little bit even before he made his claim.
So in terms of surveying
in terms of keeping an eye on, because he's mentioned again and again and again, because they wanted to see What? Because religion, although the British government, ever since the Crown took over, did grant religious freedom.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that later. Yeah.
But they wanted to keep an eye on what the religious leaders, religious movements, religious circles were doing, because they knew that any attempts of rebellion in the past have been made in the name of religion, and religion has always been used as a tool. So they wanted to know what religious leaders were doing. They were keeping a keen eye on all of the religious circles, especially the influential ones. So Hazrat Mirza Sahib had remained under, so they were keeping an eye on what's going on. So yeah,
the reason that's a lot of Muslim youth won't even know that, because they're not even given that side. That in actual fact, the British government started spying on Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad and started keeping under tabs. Like, where is he going with this?
Yeah.
Okay, you spoke about the reason why the British were doing this was because of the history that they had experienced, that a lot of the revolts were due to religion. Let's talk about what the ulama had done before with the British. We're going to talk about a bit of jihad, and then I'm going to come on to how Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad alayhi salam and why he praised the British. Because we do have all that text where he's praising the British.
Of course.
We're going to deal with that as well.
Wonderful, definitely. Going back into history, 1857 is a very defining moment. The mutiny, right? And the revisionist ulama now try to term it as, a freedom movement or, an attempt to gain freedom from the British. It was mutiny.
Yeah.
And they try to paint it as jihad, when you see that actually Hindus were instrumental in the rebellion, which is now called the mutiny of 1857. So it wasn't even clearly jihad, to be honest. But that is where a lot of things were defined.
Look, first of all, they're saying that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was being spied on and all of that. The British colonial rule was breathing down the necks of the Muslims. So anyone who appears to be interesting to them, they will, of course, they would want to know more about him, right? But then Mirza started to write all these things to express his loyalty, to express his gratitude, to express his desire to die for this colonial, racist, genocidal colonial rule so that he can gain their sympathy. So they are actually confirming, Asif Basit, this Murabbi who's talking, is confirming what we have been saying, but it's coming from a different angle. He's saying Mirza basically was being spied on and therefore he had to write all of that. Our concern is the writings. The writings are very disturbing. He is expressing his desire to completely abolish jihad, any spirit of resistance against racist, genocidal colonial rule. And he keeps going on about freedom. We have just shown you the freedom they brought to India. Okay, this sham of religious freedom is shattered by reading just one book. And it was authored in 1871, published by a British colonial officer. He published this book titled Indian Muslimans. The Indian Muslimans, are they bound by conscience to rebel against the Queen? Are they bound by conscience to rebel against the Queen? Just read that one book and it will give you an idea of what the British colonial establishment was thinking of Muslims. So in these circumstances, Mirza basically is expressing his desire to die for the British colonial rule, make it a part of his religion to serve the British colonial rule and be loyal to the British colonial rule, was clear treachery to Muslims. Muslims could not possibly be agreeing with him. In particular, the sincere scholars. When it comes to the Indian mutiny, he said it wasn't jihad. No, you're wrong. In parts of the Indian subcontinent, where only Muslims were leading the fight and only Muslims were resisting, it was jihad there. They declared it as jihad fi sabilillah. Okay, they declared it. There are many, many parts. For example, the NWFP, the Northwestern Frontier Post province of the Indian subcontinent at the time, current day KPK of Pakistan, the Pashtun area. There were many uprisings here, and the ulama here declared this to be a jihad, and there was no Hindu leadership there. So you are simply misguiding people. You don't even know the history. Yes, in Delhi, in Meerut, in central India, where Hindus were leading the fight, the ulama were refusing to call it jihad. They said this is not jihad. And the biggest reason was they were committing atrocities. Muslims and Hindus both were actually killing men, women, and children. Men, women, and children were being killed. And this is why major ulama, they refused to call that particular aspect or that particular chapter of the fight, of the resistance, to be anything but jihad. They said this is not jihad. In jihad, you cannot kill women and children, non-combatants who are innocent of the crimes you may attribute to colonial officers. But the women and children, okay, are not guilty of any crime. So this is why they refuse to call it jihad. Those ulama, they refuse to call that fight in central India, which constituted atrocities against men, women, and children who were innocent, that cannot be jihad. This is the context which these people deliberately hide from their gullible followers. This is the reality. Okay?
And you know, Adnan Bhai, the question is, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was claiming to be the Messiah for entire humanity, for all mankind, not just for the people of Punjab or India. Now,
Yes.
like I said before, even if they want to take this plea that, okay, you know, because the British were very fair. Okay, what about the other parts of the world where they were not fair? What did Mirza say
Absolutely.
about them?
But they were not fair. Look.
I mean, just in case.
Yeah. Imtiaz bhai, the British scholars alive at the time were saying the British are not fair.
Subhanallah.
The scholars British are not fair.
Yeah,
they were saying, can you hear me?
Okay now.
They were saying the British scholars, colonial officers themselves were saying that the British colonial rule is oppressive, it is racist, it is genocidal. People were writing books in British India. Even the Indian Mutiny, British colonial officers were accusing their own government of oppressing people to the extent that they had to rebel and do a mutiny. This guy, Asif Basit, is calling it a mutiny. What do the Indians call it? The War of Independence. Whether it was fought justly according to Islamic principles or not is another question. But it was the War of Independence. From the Indian perspective, Hindu, Muslim, and other religions who were fighting against British colonial rule at the time, this was the War of Independence. For the British colonial rule, this was a mutiny. This was a rebellion. For them, it was a rebellion. Not for the Indians. For the Indians, it was the War of Independence. This is the game he's playing right now. Let's continue, inshallah.
What exactly is jihad? Is Hindustan or India Darul Harb or Darul Islam? That was an age-old question that had existed right from the time of when the early expansion of the Islamic Empire, the Muslim Empire. They would say whether this, when they would invade a land or whether they would conquer a land, they would say, is this Darul Islam, Darul Harb? Darul Islam simply is where you do not need to fight a war or wage a war in the name of jihad with the ruler, with the local people, as long as you are allowed to proclaim, profess, and practice your faith. Darul Harb is where you should fight the leader, the people who are, not letting you do that.
Yeah.
That was the definition. And after 1857, most of the Muslim scholars and their followers had changed and they'd shifted their understanding of jihad and Darul Islam and Darul Harb, and had accepted the fact and would proselytize and preach this fact openly and publicize it, that India under the rule of the British is not Darul Harb.
Yeah.
It's Darul Islam.
So jihad is not applicable.
Jihad is not applicable in the given circumstances because we are given the freedom of faith. Now, why the change in 1857? Because there had been so much of hoo-ha going on about jihad. Oh, jihad, this, we need to do this, we need to do that.
Pause,
right?
Imtiaz bhai, pause.
So we see the first major attempt that is made is by
So see the game these guys are playing. What they are doing is they are specifically talking about scholars without giving names, and they will mention 3 or 4 names. But there were hundreds of thousands of Muslim scholars in the Indian subcontinent, from Bengal to Peshawar, from Calcutta to Peshawar. Hundreds of thousands of Muslim students and scholars. Did they have this opinion? Absolutely not. Did they abolish jihad? Show us the evidence. Show us if any one of them who said that jihad is no longer applicable in the Indian subcontinent. Those who did express an opinion that for now, to fight against the British colonial rule is foolishness, they did not abolish the concept. They were giving a strategic fatwa. They were giving a time-bound fatwa. They were giving a circumstantial fatwa to say that you must not fight the British colonial rule because they give some relative freedom to Muslims. Some people had this opinion. Very few, a very small bunch of scholars in number. Others, the overwhelming majority, they did not agree with that. They went to prisons. They were put under house arrest. My own ancestor, my great-grandfather's grandfather, Sheikh Minhajuddin bin Sirajuddin, rahmatullahi alayhima, he was put under house arrest for 7 years. For 7 years. Why? Because he did not agree with this. He believed that the Indian subcontinent has to be freed from the British, by hook or by crook. The British colonial rule has to come to an end. It is oppressive, it is racist, it is anti-Islam, it's an enemy of the Muslims. This is what scholars like him thought, and he paid the price. Okay, he was exiled and put under house arrest for 7 years. My direct ancestor, my own ancestor. And there were hundreds of scholars who were sent to Malta in prisons, and then Andaman Islands, also known as Kalapani. Kalapani means black waters. They were sent away in the Indian Ocean to an island called the Andaman Islands, right? There they spent, some of them died there. They spent the rest of their lives there in prison on that island. Who were they? Who were there? Who were all those people? And the list of the scholars is so long. Just a Google search. Muslim scholars sent to Kalapani, or Muslim scholars sent to Andaman Islands, or Muslim scholars sent to Malta. Okay, for example, we have names of Sheikh Mahmud al-Hassan, you know, the Deobandi, great Deobandi, Sheikh al-Hind. He spent time in prison, in the Indian prison. And the list goes on and on. There's so many scholars who suffered, okay, from the Ahl Hadith background and from the Deobandi background and Sufi background, right? They suffered because they did not want the British colonial rule to last in the Indian subcontinent, because it was oppressive, it was racist, it was genocidal, it was killing the people, as we have already expressed and showed evidence for that. So their games, because you see, the problem is why they have to play these games. Why people like Asif Basit play these games? Because they know the reality. They know their entire cult is built upon loyalty, built upon a belief that stipulates loyalty to the British colonial rule in India. Okay, their prophet, so-called prophet, has written things that they cannot possibly explain. So they have to play these games. They have to mix and match evidence, hide evidence, and present selective evidence from people who were either scared, people who were either scared of the British government, they didn't want to go to prison, and they started to say stupid things. They started to write things that were not Islamic, okay? Or people who were outright sellouts, traitors, who had sold out, who probably received land grants and money from the British colonial rule, or people who were misguided. So there were 3 types of people. 3 types of people they will be quoting. Scared, outrightly scared. They were in fear of their lives because they thought they will, suffer. Or people who were sold out, people who were bought, and they had the names of scholars or they had the status of scholars. Okay, we have people like that today throughout the Muslim world, right? And or people who were genuinely misguided. But none of them called India Darul Islam. I don't know what he's talking about. They called it Darul Aman. They called it Darul Aman, the abode of peace, because there is some relative peace in their major cities where they can actually worship as they like, right? Yeah. Okay, so Darul Aman, not Darul Islam. It is impossible for them to call it Darul Islam. Okay, so others, the overwhelming majority of the scholars from Calcutta to Peshawar, they believed that India under the British colonial rule was Darul Harb. Okay, it is hostile territory that's a government that's hostile to Islam and Muslims. It's a well-known fact. Okay, there you go. Let's continue, inshallah. And you can increase the speed, his video speed in Tazba if you want.
Okay, yeah.
1.5 maybe.
Yeah.
One of the successors of Shah Waliullah Muhaddis Dehelvi, Sayyid Ahmad Barelvi. Now, Barelvi is only because he belonged to Rai Bareli. Some people tend to think maybe he was Barelvi as his position. That's not the case. He was from Rai Bareli and hence called Barelvi. So, from the time of Sayyid Ahmad Shahid, when he
have we forwarded the podcast or
go at war?
No, we're going in
had been so much of hoo-ha going on about
okay. We haven't forwarded
this, we need to do this, we need to do that, right? So we see the first major attempt that is made is by one of the successors of Shah Waliullah Muhaddis Dehelvi, Sayyid Ahmad Barelvi. Now, Barelvi is only because he belonged to Rai Bareli. Some people tend to think maybe he was Barelvi as this position. That's not the case. He was from Rai Bareli and hence called Barelvi. So from the time of Sayyid Ahmad Shahid, when he decided that we should go at war with the Sikhs in Punjab, in the North India rather, and with the British as well. So he proselytized that. He gained momentum by mobilizing people and having them around him.
Yeah.
Moved to the northern areas, the northwestern frontier, because he thought that this is a more favorable place and favorable atmosphere for jihad to flourish. And the first opposition where it came from the Muslim chiefs of the area, because they didn't seem to agree. And they said, what are you doing? Because it was chieftainship that was at stake.
Yeah.
And he didn't only stop there. Sayyid Ahmad Shahid, who was, of course, from the Ahl Hadith denomination, he claimed to be the Caliph, Amirul Mu'mineen. Where he was settled in the northwestern frontier province, the khutbah was read in his name,
right,
which meant that he is Amirul Mu'mineen. He claimed that whosoever does not accept me as a Caliph is not a Muslim. So briefly, before we move on, I would really want to ask the Ahl Hadith today, do they accept Sayyid Ahmad Shahid, Rahimahullah,
as their Caliph?
As their Caliph.
Yeah.
His followers also believed in him as Imam Mahdi of the time. I would again want to ask, not only the Ahl Hadith, the Deobandis as well, who...
Ji bhai.
So, I don't know where he's getting his facts from. First of all, Sayyid Ahmad Shahid of Rai Bareli was not Ahlul Hadith. He was Hanafi, staunch Hanafi Sufi. Okay? Of course, he did not follow the conventional principles or well-known values or practices of Islam in India at the time, of course. But he was a well-known Hanafi Sufi Muslim. Okay? He was not Ahlul Hadith. Number one. Number two, he claimed to be the Khalifa. Okay? Amirul Mu'mineen, because he was Qurayshi. He was from Quraysh. He was Sayyid, a direct descendant of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam through a family tree. He had evidence. So he declared himself to be the Khalifa. And he rightly pointed out, Asif Basit, that he wanted to remove the Sikh government of the Punjab, okay, led by, at the time, Maharaja Ranjit Singh, who ruled from Lahore from 1799 to 1939. This movement of Sayyid Ahmad Shahid is taking place in the mid-1820s. Okay, he started preaching and he launched this movement, and he started with the Sikh Empire of the Punjab, because they considered the Sikh empire to be very oppressive towards Muslims, so they wanted to get rid of it, take back Lahore, and then fight the British to push them out of India. That was the plan, which he acknowledged. Did you hear him? He acknowledged that plan, right? Now continue.
Claim to be inspired by the teachings of Shah Wali Ullah and his successors. Do they accept Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed as Imam Mahdi? They don't. Anyway, so the jihad, the attempt of jihad carries on against the Sikhs to start with.
Goes against the British.
Yeah, and then but by the way, he was asked at a certain point that you're fighting jihad with the Sikhs. Why not with the British? And he is reported to have replied that the British are letting us practice our faith. We are in no danger, particularly, under them. So the first target is the Sikhs, and with the British, we don't seem to be under any danger at the moment.
So he's accepted that, okay, the reason I'm not going for the British right now is because of religious freedom.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And this is not me saying it.
Pause. Here, he's now changing the story. First, he acknowledged that the plan of Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed was to fight jihad against the Sikh rule of the Punjab and then go for the British colonial rule in the Indian subcontinent. Now he's saying that his basically intention was to fight the Sikh rule in the Punjab only and not the British, because the British were not oppressive. Now, if you let him continue, I want everyone to follow what he's doing. I want everyone to follow what he's doing. If you let him continue, and by the way, this claim was made by one of the authors, that the Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed only intended to confront the Sikh rule of the Punjab, not the British colonial rule of India. Okay, this claim was made by one author. His name was Maulana Ja'far Thanesri. He will mention him. Let it continue, and we will explain when it comes, inshallah.
Yeah.
It's his biographer, Ja'far Thanesri, in Hayat Ahmadi. Now, Hayat Ahmadi is not our source, by the way. Let me just quickly tell the viewers before they start getting biased about it. It's Ahmadi because with reference to Sayyid Ahmad Barelvi. So that is there. So that too is there, although he did have, it was a very uneven kind of the way things were going with the ulama at that time.
So just taking forward this, what was the end of this jihad?
The end of this jihad at Balakot when he came.
Okay. In this book, Maulana Ja'far Thanesri deliberately hides the passages where Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed categorically wrote in his letters that he intends to go for the British colonial rule next. Imtiaz Bhai, are you clear on that? Okay, I will repeat. Ja'far Thanesri, in this book that Asif Basit quotes, deliberately takes out or hides those words, those passages from the very letters of Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed. He quotes where he said that he intends to go, having dealt with the Sikh rule in the Punjab, he intends to go for the British colonial rule next. This is very, very clearly, categorically stated in the letters of Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed that he wrote to rulers, different rulers, regional rulers, calling them to join his cause to do this noble thing. Okay? Who did this research, Imtiaz Bhai? Who exposed Ja'far Thanesri and his dishonesty, I would call it? Who exposed it? Maulana Ghulam Rasul Mahar. Maulana Ghulam Rasul Mahar is another historian who has written a book titled Sirat Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed, the biography of Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed, the same man Asif Basit is talking about. In that book, there is an entire chapter on how Ja'far Thanesri deliberately hides that information, and he quotes the full letters. And those full letters are available for anyone to see. So why would you quote a dubious source like that, Maulana Ja'far Thanesri, and hide these facts from people? Either Asif Basit himself doesn't know this history, or he's a liar. It's one of the two. In both cases, you don't have the right to speak. Don't speak about these topics if you haven't, because I've read these books, Imtiaz Bhai. I've read Ja'far Thanesri and I have read Maulana Ghulam Rasul Mahar's book, Sirat Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed, because this history is directly linked to my own family's history. That's why I was so interested in it. So I read it. Okay. So we have already put out this challenge to them, Imtiaz Bhai. Either Asif Basit is not aware of our responses or he's ignoring them. Okay. Because Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed specifically, deliberately mentioned the British colonial rule to be his major target after the Sikh rule in the Punjab is over. Okay. So I don't know why these guys, and why is he playing this game? Oh, look at Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed. Even he didn't want to fight the British. Even he didn't want to fight because he considered the British to be very just and they allowed freedom for the Muslims. Lie. It's a lie. That's not true. I'm only mentioning this because you mentioned Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed. You mentioned him. Okay. Okay. And he was not of this opinion. You lied on him. And I challenge Asif Basit. And watch him ignore this challenge. Watch him ignore this challenge. I challenge Asif Basit to take me up on this question. And in fact, I challenge Asif Basit on every single question he's going to mention. Okay, every single thing he's going to mention. But I challenge him specifically on this question on Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed and Jafar Tanesri. Take me up on it. Take up my challenge and watch what happens. He will ignore me. Let's continue, inshallah.
As usual.
As usual, unfortunately, Imtiaz Bhai.
Came head to head with the Sikhs. He was defeated. I mean, he was martyred, right? And that is how it ended. It didn't end. And by the way, he came face to face with the Sikhs, Sher Singh, I believe it was, but he was supported by the local Muslim chiefs who were behind him to fighting this jihad with Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed.
He's contradicting himself.
Right? So that
is contradicting himself. He earlier he said the Muslim chiefs are against him.
Fast forward another couple of decades. 1857, another attempt of jihad.
Should I
in the name of jihad.
Or continue?
Stop.
Falls flat. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. First he said the Muslim chiefs of the area, they betrayed him. They didn't want to support him. Now he's saying the Muslim chiefs of the area were behind him. Okay. I'm going to be fair with him. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that it is true that some of the Muslim chiefs in the Peshawar area, they were against Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed and they fought them. They fought them actually. Okay. The Sayyid and his followers, diehard followers, had to fight some of the chiefs in the Peshawar area. And some other chiefs were with him. So it wasn't black and white. Not all the chiefs were against him. Not all the chiefs were with him. Okay, so maybe this is what he meant. So we'll give him benefit of the doubt. Let's continue, inshallah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Muslim scholars knew by then, because you see, even in the Holy Quran, wherever jihad is allowed, I mean, allowing it to fight back when they're under oppression, the Muslims, Allah the Almighty very clearly says, after allowing them that you can fight back, He says, Inna Allaha ala nasrihim laqadir. Allah the Almighty has the power to assist the Muslims and make them victorious in jihad. So these two examples where the Muslims had not been victorious,
not helping them.
Allah didn't help in that cause. And it only went to prove that the stance of Hazrat Mirza Sahib alayhi salam, that it is not incumbent upon us to fight jihad against the British, was proven from the Holy Quran. Okay, from nowhere else. And it wasn't Mirza Sahib. Sorry, it wasn't Mirza Sahib alone. It's a long list of people at that time. A long list.
Gigi.
So you see what he's trying to do? He played a game and he connected Mirza to that opinion. First of all, that Jamaat of Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed, because he mentions it as an example to make a point, and he's trying to make this point that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was not alone in thinking like this, that you must not fight jihad against the British, okay, or the British colonial rule in India, okay. This is the point he's trying to make, and he uses Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed as an example. We have shown how he was mistaken or he's lying. We have already shown that, okay? We have given the evidence, and if he wants to challenge us on that, we are here. Right now here, or we are here in the future as well. You can come back anytime and say, you're a liar, okay? And we will show you, right? We have shown that. Secondly, after Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed was killed in 1831 in a place called Balakot by the Sikh army led by Sher Singh, okay? At the time, Prince Sher Singh, later on the Maharaja Sher Singh, right? He was himself leading the battle, and Sayyid and some of his diehard followers were killed, including the grandson of Shah Waliullah ad-Dehlvi called Shah Ismail Shaheed, who was also leading the army with Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed, right? These two leaders were killed. But did the movement of jihad stop there? Amazingly, what Asif Basit doesn't know, the very survivors of this very battle continued to lead this movement against the British colonial rule from the same mountains. Imtiaz Bhai. So the lie, you see the spin he did? Oh, after he was killed, the scholars, and then 1857, the scholars changed their view. What happened to the Jamaat Mujahideen? It was called Jamaat Mujahideen. The Jamaat Mujahideen of India, the Mujahideen of Hind, they were called this. This was their title, and they operated from the mountains of NWFP, or current day KPK, right? The Pashtun area, the Pashtun belt. These are the mountains they were based in, and the British had to send many expeditions to suppress them. They continued. And these people, who are these people? Same ulama, same students, same fighters who were with Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed, and they survived the battle, and some other people from India continued to join them. And this is a very, very vast history. There are books upon books written on this very movement. For example, I don't like to talk, without evidence. For example, Maulana Fazl Ilahi Wazir Abadi, who was one of the leaders of this very movement, okay, in the early 20th century, he has written a history of this very movement. Okay, he has written a history of this very movement. There is another author called Abad Shapuri, and he has authored a book on the history of this movement called Sayyid Badshah Ka Kafila. Sayyid Badshah Ka Kafila. Okay, so the history of the Mujahideen movement in India. These people continued until 1947, until the British colonial rule in India was over. They continued to resist and fight jihad. So what the hell are you talking about, man? Yes, continue, inshallah.
Even some of the successors of Shah Abdul Aziz, Karamat Ali Jaunpuri, one of them, he was given Khilafat by Shah Ismail, the son of Hazrat Shah Waliullah Muhaddis Dehlvi, when he had actually given a fatwa against jihad to be fought with the British.
I think this is so important because a lot of people say that no, Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, he ended jihad. He said jihad's not applicable, but you're telling me no. There's so many ulama. In fact, the mainstream was saying that jihad is not applicable under British rule.
Yes. Yeah. In the given circumstances at that time.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go forward now. I noticed you very cleverly, in fact.
So here he is again playing a game. He is using circumstantial fatwas to stop the jihad against the British colonial rule for circumstantial or for example, other reasons. Okay, as I mentioned earlier, either people were generally misguided or sold out, or they were in a state of fear to give these fatwas, right? Okay. He is trying to link those fatwas that were circumstantial and time-bound with Mirza's entire abolition of jihad.
Yeah.
You see the game they're playing. Mirza completely abolished the concept of jihad for his followers. He said jihad fi sabilillah as a concept is no longer obligatory, is no longer applicable.
Masla jihad ka inkar.
Complete denial of the concept of jihad in Islam. No more resistance unless the Qadianis can come and correct us. Unless the Qadianis, the Ahmadi Murabbis can come and tell us they still believe in the concept of jihad, fi sabilillah. Okay, fighting oppression and kufr around the world. Okay, go on. Tell us. Okay, so they are conflating two different things. Circumstantial, time-bound, temporary fatwas given by some ulama, a minority, to not engage in jihad with the British colonial rule because of their different reasons, with Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's removal, abolition, denial of a basic concept in the Quran and the Sunnah. Yeah. These are two different things. Two different things. Don't play these games. Don't think we are stupid and we're not watching what you're doing. Continue, please. Yeah.
Spoke about all these ulama praising the British rule in the sense that they have religious freedom.
Right.
So why did Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Islam praise the British?
Right. Praising the British, saying that, "Oh, our benevolent queen," or later on, "Oh, our benevolent and gracious king, we thank you because you have given us the freedom to proclaim and practice our faith without any fear. You have given us an opportunity to abide by the tenets of our faith, which is something so very unique, and we've never had this in India for the last many, many centuries now. So thank you very much for that."
Yeah.
That thankfulness. What is wrong with that?
They condemn that as un-Islamic, even though the other ulama were doing it.
The other ulama were doing it. Now, what did, it's interesting.
Yeah.
Because the other ulama were praising, I mean, on a couple of occasions, important turning points, hallmarks, right? The Jubilee of Queen Victoria, right? The Diamond Jubilee was, the 60th one, right? The Wall of Transvaal, the Boer War, and the coronation. On all these occasions, I mean, when the Diamond Jubilee was happening, the Muslims of India had a letter of congratulations written to Queen Victoria, the Empress of India, and, the whole of the British Empire, in gold.
Wow.
And it's all reported.
Yeah.
In not only the non-Muslim press, but the Muslim press, all of them were reporting that it's a letter written in gold.
Yeah.
So even if the entire world was to come together, it doesn't justify the crimes of the British colonial rule in India. Okay? So if all the Muslims of India came together and they stood in front of Queen Victoria and they said, "You are a mercy of God, okay, you are the shadow of God on us," that does not justify the fact that the British were committing some of the worst atrocities in the Indian subcontinent.
Yeah.
Okay, even if some ulama with their turbans were writing panegyrics or praise of the Queen Victoria, let's say if they were doing it, okay, which the overwhelming majority weren't. They considered the Queen Victoria to be a usurper, to be an oppressive ruler, although again, we have to be just. Victoria had no idea most of the time what her colonial officers and managers were doing in India at the time. She was very distant. She was very, very far from India. She never came to India. Okay, she was in Britain. Okay, so Victoria had no idea what her officers were actually doing on the ground. She hardly got to hear about it. Okay, but even then, she was the ruler, right? So she was seen as the ruler of an oppressive, a racist establishment, whether she was actually aware of the crimes or not, but she was seen as the ruler, right? So even if all the Muslims who were actually beneficiaries of the Raj, what he's not telling us, Imtiaz Bhai, many Muslim rulers in the Indian subcontinent who had princely states, they were ruling these princely states like Bahawalpur, like Bhopal, like Junagadh, and many other Hindu states, for example. So there were many small principalities ruled through semi-autonomous systems in the Indian subcontinent. Okay, all of these princely rulers, they had to pay tribute to the queen or the king whenever there was a silver jubilee or diamond jubilee, or whenever there was a darbar held. Okay, there was a famous darbar held in 1911, for example, when King George the Fifth, he actually visited India. Okay, and many of these Muslim rulers, the Nizam of Hyderabad and the Bahawalpur, they had to go and pay their respects because they were beneficiaries. They depended on the British colonial rule in India. They were part of the problem. Many of them actually didn't agree with the crimes, but they were oppressed. They simply couldn't do anything. If they raised their voice, they would be killed or they would be removed from power, like the British did to many, many different rulers. For example, the state of Awadh. Nawab Wajid Ali Shah in 1856 was removed from his kingdom, from his throne, and sent to Calcutta as an exile. There are so many examples in the Indian subcontinent where the rulers were terrified of the British colonial establishment because they knew if their if they were to raise alarm or they were to confront this colonial rule, they would be removed from power. And many were after the War of Independence in 1857, because many did side with the freedom fighters. They did side with the freedom fighters. Others remained silent. Some actually sided with the British, like the father of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani and his brother. So this is the context. Continue, inshallah.
Yeah.
Such and such delegation is going to go and collect it and then send it off to the queen. Maybe even those gilded letters aren't important for someone. So the contents of the letter: "Oh, our queen, we live in peace under you. May God strengthen your rule. May God strengthen your throne. May you live forever," etc., etc., etc. The thankfulness, whoever was doing it, I'm not saying Muslims would, it was absolutely right.
They were right,
it was,
exactly.
And most of them would mention in the congregations that they would hold and the conferences they would hold around these celebrations, they would mention this fact that we are thanking you because our religion instructs us to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Allah the Almighty instructs us to do that. Our Prophet instructs us to do that. Hence, we are very thankful to you.
The reason I think that's so important you mentioned that is because online you see people saying that those ulama were wrong. And you guys you are comparing ulama with someone who claimed to be a prophet in a sense, right? So, but you've answered that. No, it doesn't matter. They were both right in the sense that it was a Quranic injunction to thank those who are giving you religious freedom.
Ulil Amr.
Bhai, inshallah, I will let you comment, but I want to share something at this point, if you allow me. It will give you, inshallah, more context too.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was receiving ilham at that time to support.
He was revelation from Allah.
Yes. That's this is something they are hiding. Bhai, I read this one, for example.
So it was what we're trying to highlight is it was not just a matter of opinion. It wasn't just that he had this opinion. It was his religion.
Yes.
The ulama, on the other hand, they were either sold out, or they were in a state of fear, or they were outrightly misguided. Because how can you possibly give a fatwa against resistance against such genocidal, racist, apartheid, and unjust rule? How is that possible when there are secular historians who are writing histories today to show us the evidence that the British colonial rule in India, while Queen Victoria was the Empress of India, was the most oppressive, tyrannical, racist, apartheid rule in the world at the time. Okay? So it's unbelievable. So they're quoting those mistaken, sold out, or misguided ulama to defend Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. And we are right, because Mirza was receiving revelation. Those ulama were not. They can be excused. If someone is in a state of fear, okay, they can be excused because of the fear. If someone is sold out, they can make tawbah. They can make tawbah and say, Ya Allah, forgive me, and they will be forgiven. Someone who's misguided, they can also be forgiven for their mistakes because they're misguided. But a prophet, someone who is receiving ilham, revelation from Allah, to praise such an entity, and Allah is commanding it, having known what they are doing, and we have only put up one piece of evidence: the amount of people who died between 1880 and 1920. The amount of people who died between 1880 and 1920, when Queen Victoria was the queen. She was the Empress of India. 1880. Queen Victoria died in 1901. She died in 1901. So the best part of this period, she was the queen. And 100 million people died in these 40 years. Okay? It doesn't matter. Now, after you look at that article, Imtiaz Bhai, does it matter which alim, which sheikh, which mufti gave fatwa to not resist the British colonial rule? Does it even matter?
Yeah, and that's true. Bhai, inshallah, look at this reference, and inshallah, it will give you more perspective on this one. Ruhani Khazain, volume 8, page number 44 and 45. Mirza says, और मैंने इन इमदादों में, i.e. to aid the British Raj, एक जमाना सर्फ किया है, यहाँ तक कि 11 बरस इन्हीं अशातों में गुजर गए और मैंने कुछ कोताही नहीं की। बस मैं ये दावा कर सकता हूं कि मैं इन खिदमात में यकता हूं। और मैं ये कह सकता हूं कि मैं इन ताइदात में यगाना हूं. Why note these things? And then he says, और मैं कह सकता हूं कि मैं इस गवर्नमेंट के लिए बतौर तावीज के हूं. सुभान अल्लाह, सुभान अल्लाह. And then he says, और बतौर एक पनाह के हूं जो आफतों से बचावे. एंड नेक्स्ट थिंग बाय वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, खुदा ने मुझे बशारत दी है, खुदा ने मुझे बशारत दी है और कहा है कि खुदा ऐसा नहीं कि इनको दुख पहुंचावे, आई ब्रिटिश राज को, भाई ब्रिटिश राज को, कि खुदा ऐसा नहीं कि इनको दुख पहुंचावे और तू इनमें हो. सुभान अल्लाह. ही बेसिकली कोटेड आया ऑफ सूरह तौबा व अंत फीहिम, दैट आया, यू नो. ही सेड दैट खुदा ऐसा, भाई दिस इज द की पॉइंट. खुदा ने मुझे बशारत दी है और कहा है कि खुदा ऐसा नहीं कि इनको दुख पहुंचावे और तू इनमें हो. बस इस गवर्नमेंट की खैरखाही और मदद में कोई दूसरा शख्स मेरी नजीर और मसील नहीं. अनकरीब ये गवर्नमेंट जान लेगी अगर मर्दम शनासी का इसमें मादा है. जी भाई.
Allahu Akbar. So what Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying, that I am unique in my services to this colonial establishment. He's saying against what Asif Basit, this Murabbi, is saying, because Asif Basit is trying to put Mirza with the ulama. Oh, they were ulama who also believed don't fight the British because they have given us freedom, right? But Mirza is different. Mirza is saying, I'm not like those ulama. I'm not like them. In my services, I am alone. You know why? Because I'll tell you why. Because none of those ulama made it part of religion to serve, to be loyal to the British colonial rule of India. Mirza did. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani actually made it part of his religion to be loyal to the British colonial rule of India, in particular, Angrez ki hukumat, Bartania ki hukumat, okay, Englistani hukumat. He used all these terms differently in different places. Angrez, Angrez, Angrez. Who were Angrez? Angrez is the British colonial rule, the British Raj. This is what it means, right? And Mirza is saying himself from his own mouth or from his own pen that I am unique, I am alone, there's no one like me in the services I have provided, that I have written books for 11 years. Previously, the quote we read was 18 years. In fact, he said, I have written so many books that 50 cupboards or cabinets can be filled with those books that I have written in favor of the British colonial rule in India. Wallahi, if you have any sense, if you have any sincerity, any regard for Allah and His Messenger, you would not consider this man even to be a decent human being, let alone a mujaddid, a Masih Ma'ud, or a prophet of God. And he's claiming that he's saying all of this from revelation, from ilham. This is from ilham. So Imtiaz Bhai, I want you to put up that article again, 100 million deaths. Yeah, so that people are reminded again and again what we're dealing with, right? This is what Mirza is talking about. How can Allah possibly, my question is, how can Allah possibly send revelation to praise or to be loyal or to be a die-hard defender of an entity that does this? Please explain to me. Okay, how can Allah possibly do that?
And bhai, in the meantime, can you please comment on this one when it says that Allah ne mujhe basharat di hai? Bhai, this point is very important here.
Yeah, revelation. This is revelation from Allah. Allah ne mujhe basharat di hai means Allah has given me the glad tiding. Allah is sending the glad tiding to Mirza to be loyal, to be subservient to the British colonial rule, which is basically the rule of the cross over Islam. So the British removed the Mughals from power and they came to power. They removed the rule of Islam and they brought the rule of the cross. And Mirza was supposed to be breaking the cross. The article is coming up. We will keep reminding you about this article so that you see what we're dealing with. This is when Queen Victoria was the queen. Asif Basit, if you're watching, this is what we're talking about. Okay? You are saying there was freedom, and those scholars those scholars were praising the British freedom, or the freedom the British colonial rule had facilitated for everyone to worship as they liked. What about this? What about this? And Mirza did not separate only the freedom. He said, mutlaqan, by default, I am subservient to the British colonial rule of India. By default, I am loyal. By default, Allah has sent down revelation upon me to be loyal, to be subservient to the British colonial rule in India. What about this? How British colonialism killed 100 million Indians in 40 years. This is worse than genocide and ethnic cleansing and massacre and mass murder. Genocide, ethnic cleansing, massacre, mass murder, this is all of that put together is worse than that. Between 1880, when Queen Victoria was the queen, Queen Victoria became the ruler of England in 1837, and she died in 1901, and she became the Empress of India after 1857. This is when she is ruling. And between 1880 to 1920, British colonial policies in India claimed more lives than all famines in the Soviet Union, Maoist China, and North Korea combined, according to Dylan Sullivan and Jason Hickel. Respond to this. How can your prophet, having received revelation from Allah, be loyal to this entity, people who are doing this? Or you cannot separate this. You cannot separate this from the profile of the British in India. Yeah. You cannot divorce this, because this is what matters. Now, it doesn't matter what the ulama or those dodgy, sold out or mistaken ulama might have said about the so-called freedom in the Indian subcontinent of religion. What freedom when they are killing 100 million people in 40 years? What freedom? Why does it matter? What freedom? The Israelis today claim the same thing, that we have Arabs living in Israel who are very free. They can pray as they like, they can live as they like, they wear hijab, Muslim women wear hijab. So we have Arab Israelis. They are claiming. Do we accept it? They are committing a genocide. They are committing a genocide as we speak. And amazingly, your Khalifa is speaking against it at face. If we, look at his speeches, he's trying to, in not so many words, he's trying to say, oh, this is zulm, this is oppression, what is happening? Okay. Why didn't Mirza Ghulam Qadiani have the same level of decency to talk against the greatest crimes taking place in human history? This genocide in Gaza is less severe in magnitude than what the British colonial rule did in India from 1880 to 1920, when Mirza was alive and was active as a mujaddid, as a Masih Maud, or as a prophet, as you claim. And Queen Victoria was the queen. There's no escape. And your Mirza Masroor has the audacity to come and say, oh, aajkal jo Israel mein, jo Gaza mein ho raha hai, wo zulm hai, isko khatam hona chahiye, Musalmanon ko kuch karna chahiye. Okay, right? Why wasn't Mirza decent enough to condemn something 1,000,000 times bigger than what the Israelis are doing in Gaza? Yes.
Adnan bhai, let me tell you something very interesting. This same guy, Asif Basit, when this tragedy of Gaza started, guess what, bhai? He came up, he made a video. In that video, he said two things. Number one, he said that the people of Gaza are suffering because they rejected Mirza Ghulam Qadiani.
Oh, subhanallah.
And number two, bhai.
Maybe the response will be about the people of India. 100 million deaths they suffered because they didn't accept Mirza.
And bhai, second thing, look at this one. He said that Jews will go to Jannah without believing in Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
A concept that goes.
He said these two things, and as soon as I cornered him, you know what did he do? He immediately made the video private.
And we want him to put those videos out again. If you're sincere, can you put those videos? Asif Basit, you, the Murabbi, the official Murabbi of the Jamaat, if you have any courage or any sense of decency, put those videos out again.
Yep.
And people will see your true colors. You are a liar. You are a liar. I'm sorry to say this. Yeah, you are lying to your own people. You have no respect for them, and you're lying to the whole world. And this is why we're doing this stream. Everyone can see. If 100 million people died, does that freedom matter? If the Israelis have given some freedom to some Palestinian Arabs living within the boundaries of current state of Israel, does that allow them the license to go and kill the people of Gaza and commit a genocide? Or shall now the scholars of Islam praise Israel for the freedom they have provided to few Arabs living within that domain? Oh, Israelis allow that freedom to pray and wear hijab. Therefore, don't speak against them. Don't speak. Don't say anything about the genocide of Gaza. Don't say anything. Don't even try to resist. Don't resist any oppression. Don't talk about it. Is that what you are recommending and suggesting? Because India was far worse. India was, in Gaza, only 100,000 people, not only, of course, it's a lot. May Allah have mercy on those souls. 100,000 people have been killed, estimated, okay? People say 50,000, but I would say 100,000 because there are permanent injuries, right? But in India, 100 million people died. 100 million people died. Imtiaz Bhai has something on the screen.
And Bhai, I just want to mention, actually, again, highlight one important thing which I don't want anyone to miss here. So, Bhai, the reference I presented earlier, I just want to bring that back here again, and I just want to focus on this point, Bhai. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is telling to British government that as long as I am in you, nothing can happen to you. He said, मैं तुम्हारे लिए तावीज की तरह हूं, बतौरे पनागाह के हूं, आफतों से बचाने वाला हूं, और खुदा ने मुझे बशारत दी है कि और कहा कि खुदा ऐसा नहीं कि इनको दुख पहुंचावे और तू इनमें हो. Basically, Adnan bhai, I really want you to highlight this point. Basically, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is giving a divine justification to all of that killing.
Yes, 100%. That whatever you're doing is completely justified, valid, and I am your protection from God. I am ta'weez. Ta'weez basically is Allah's refuge.
He said himself. He said, बतौर एक पनाह के हूं.
And I am, Pana Urdu mein hai aur Ta'weez Arabi mein hai.
Yes.
Ta'weez literally means refuge. Yes. Ta'weez in Arabic, Ta'awuz means refuge. You're taking refuge from Allah. So he's saying, I am God's refuge for you, the British colonial rule. So your atrocities, your mass murder, your genocide, your racism, your injustice, your enmity towards Islam and Muslims, which was the official policy, because I gave you the reference, 1871, William Wilson Hunter, a colonial officer, wrote a book putting out a British colonial policy on the Muslims. And the book was titled, Are Indian Muslimans, Are They Bound by Conscience to Rebel Against the Queen? That's the title of the book. Check it out. And wallahi, we could not put out more black and white evidence for you to consider. Right? And Mirza is saying, I am, despite all that, or in spite of all of that, I am your refuge with Allah. God has chosen me to give you refuge. To give you refuge. To give who refuge? To give who refuge? Racist, genocidal, oppressive, okay, and what do you call it? Unjust rule, the British colonial rule over India. Genocidal and racist to the extent that Indians were killed like rats. In fact, rats may have more value. 100 million human beings to reduce the population, or for whatever end, were killed in India. 100 million deaths due to direct colonial policies. While the British colonial officers were sipping tea at parties and playing cricket and, and administrate. You know, if you just read a book, read William Dalrymple's book, The Anarchy. The Anarchy is an excellent book. It gives you the history of the British colonial rule in India, how the East India Company came to power in the first place, and what came of it, the crimes it committed. William Dalrymple is a white guy. He's Scottish, he's British, okay? And he has written this book, The Anarchy, which he has basically authored to document the history of... If you went to William Dalrymple, who's not a Muslim, he's not a Muslim, right? He's on Twitter. If you went to him and you told him what Mirza Ghulam Qadiani wrote about the British colonial rule in India, he will laugh at you. He will laugh at your face and he will say, what the hell is this guy? You claiming he was a prophet? He was a prophet? You lost your mind? Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. May Allah guide you, the common Ahmadis. May Allah open your eyes. May Allah open your hearts to the reality. Okay? To my knowledge, in the English language, never before this level of deep research has been presented to the common English-speaking Ahmadis. This is your chance to repent. This is your chance to come back to Allah and real Islam of Muhammad Rasulullah. Don't listen to these Murabbis when they say, oh, what Islam are you going back? Deobandi, Barelvi, Ahli Hadith. No, choose whatever pleases you, because these are the believers in Allah and His Messenger. This is what's most important. You believe in Allah and believe in Muhammad Rasulullah as the last and final prophet. And then you follow the Quran and Sunnah to the best of your ability. Allah will give you Jannah in return. Follow the Quran and the Sunnah, authentic Sunnah, to the best of your ability. Allah will give you Jannah. This is your chance, my brother and sister. Let's continue, Imtaz bhai, with the podcast, inshallah.
Yeah.
In the Holy Quran, it's very clear. You know, those who are ruling over you.
Go back slightly, please. Go back slightly.
This translation,
right, in the sense that it was a Quranic injunction to thank those who are giving you freedom.
Yeah. In the Holy Quran, it's very clear. You know, those who are ruling over you. Now, is this Mirza Sahab saying this?
Look at this. Astaghfirullah, I don't... Where does he quote the ayah from? Atiullah wa atiur Rasul. Yeah, we know the reference.
Yeah.
But what part of the ayah does he quote? Atiullah wa atiur Rasul wa ulil amri minkum. So from ulil amri minkum, he's translating those who are in power from you, right?
Yes.
Minkum, from you. So because the British colonial rule was in power in India, you obey them, and it's an injunction from the Quran. So he's using the Quran now to justify obedience to racist, genocidal, unjust, and apartheid colonial rule over India. Okay, using the Quran and using the verse starting from the middle. How does the verse start, Imtaz bhai? How does the verse start? A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا أطيعوا الله وأطيعوا الرسول وأولي الأمر منكم فإن تنازعتم في شيء فردوه إلى الله ورسول. So he completely wiped out the beginning of the ayah, which starts with what? Oh, you who believe. Allah is addressing the believers. Who is the believer? Who is the believer? Who is the believer? How does the Quran define believers? Okay? Quran defines believers as follows. Okay? How? They are the ones who believe in Allah and His Messenger. Right? They pray and they give zakat. Okay? These are the believers. إنما وليكم الله والرسول. Okay? والذين آمنوا. Yeah. What's the verse, Imtaz bhai?
والذين آمنوا الذين يقيمون الصلاة
ويؤتون الزكاة. This is the verse. This is how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala defines the believers. Who are al-mu'minun? The believers are those who pray and they give zakat. Are the British, the colonial establishment, The colonial rulers, do they fit this this definition? Absolutely not. The Quran tells us who the believers are. So the verse starts with Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu. O you who believe, obey Allah, obey the messenger, and those who are in power from you, the believers. Ulil amri minkum. Minkum refers to amanu. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu. You cannot divorce, but he started the verse from right in the middle because he knows he's lying on the Quran. And that's why I believe these murabbis are deliberate kuffar. They are disbelievers because they choose to be disbelievers. They are deed kafir, as they say, they are deed kafir. They choose to be disbelievers. Okay, so let's go into inshallah.
Is this me making up this translation? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
An influential Indian thinker and writer, Nazir Ahmed, more commonly known as Deputy Nazir, or Deputy as you would call it in English, Deputy Nazir Ahmed, his translation of the verse. He wrote it very clearly. Ulil Amr here for us means the British government.
Right.
And we should be very thankful to them.
Oh my God.
Maulana Shiraz
His
Maulana
evidence is Deputy Nazir Ahmed, a novelist. His evidence in this regard is Deputy Nazir Ahmed, who was a novelist who authored this very famous Urdu novel called Tawbatul Nusuh. Okay, and this is how these people. So he couldn't find the Urdu translation of the Quran by Shah Abdul Qadir, Shah Abdul Rafi. Okay, well, very easily available in the 19th century. Okay, and Persian translations. He finds Deputy Nazir Ahmed. Okay, and why do we have to listen to Deputy Nazir Ahmed? In light of all the evidence we have already presented, why the British colonial rule could not possibly qualify to be that rule that the Quran is referring to, because the Quran is putting a limit. The Quran is limiting the rulers by Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, those who believe, obey Allah, obey the messenger, and those who rule from you. From you. Minkum refers to Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu. So who cares what Deputy Nazir Ahmed has to say? With due respect to him. Who cares? And how do we know that he's actually not scared? He's not one of those scared ulama, or actually he was not one of the ulama. He was not one of the scared researchers, authors, or writers, or a sold out writers, one of the sold out writers, or one of the misguided ones. How do we know? Because he's clearly one of these three. Clearly one of these three, if he's saying the British colonial rule is basically a reference of that ayah from the Quran, where Allah is saying, Ulil Amri Minkum, having explained in the very beginning of the verse, Minkum is from Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, O you who believe, right? So he's either sold out, he's either scared of the British government in India at the time, or he is basically completely misguided, jahil, not very learned, right? Or this is just simply his opinion that we can throw on the wall because it goes against the Quran directly. The Quran does not command the Muslims to obey an oppressive, tyrannical, racist colonial rule in India. Absolutely not. That would be impossible. That would render all the ulama who went to jails, who suffered, who died, who were killed in hundreds, if not thousands, by the British colonial rule in India. That would render them all wasted, right? So have some shame, Asif Basit, and come and join us, because we're going to open the floor very soon for you guys to join and tell us what you think of our treatment of your podcast.
And inshallah, once you have after we finish this one, we will give a final. You can say maybe inshallah you can give him 2 questions. Inshallah, maybe I can give him 2 questions. Look, if you don't want to come here on your podcast, answer these 5 questions. If you want to give okay, I'm responding to them, you need to answer these questions specifically. Inshallah, we'll give them at the end. Inshallah, bhai.
Inshallah.
Yeah.
Ali Jaunpuri, Sadiq Hassan Khan, Muhammad Hussain Batalvi,
all the prominent ulama,
Sayyid Nazir Hussain. Now, all of these are stalwarts of the Al-Hadith that I've named before you. Not only that, even the founder of the Barelvi sect, so Ahmad Mirza Khan Barelvi, they very clearly stated
where did these people say that Ulil
Amri
Minkum means the British colonial rule? You see, this is the game these Qadiani Murabbis, they just throw names and people think, wow, names, big names, Deputy Nazir Ahmed, Nawab Siddiq Hasan Khan, and Muhammad Hussain Batalawi and Sayyid Nazir Hussain al-Dehlawi, big names, as if we haven't read these people, as if we don't know what they have written, right? You are dealing with a different breed now, my friend. You are dealing with a different type of people now. Alhamdulillah, we know Urdu and we know the English language and we know the Arabic as well, somewhat, and some Persian as well. Okay, so you're dealing with the different type of people now. You can't just deceive us. Show us where Nawab Siddiq Hasan Khan said that Ulil Amri Minkum refers to the British colonial rule. Show us where Sayyid Nazir Hussain Dehlavi said that Ulil Amri Minkum means the British colonial rule. Show us. Right.
And secondly, by within that same ayah, it continues, فَإِن تَنَازَعْتُمْ فِي شَيْءٍ then
Allah. Absolutely. So how can you go back to Allah and His Rasul if you are not a Muslim?
Yes.
If you are not a Muslim ruler, because Allah, the verse continues, very good, Imtiaz bhai. Thank you for highlighting. Okay. If you don't believe in Allah and His Messenger, why would you go back to them? Because it says, if you dispute with each other, if you, the believers and your rulers, dispute with each other, okay, فَرُدُّهُ إِلَى اللَّهِ وَالرَّسُولِ. Go back to Allah and His Rasul. Why would you go back to Allah and His Rasul? Okay. And then it continues. It continues. ذَلِكَ خَيْرٌ وَأَحْسَنُ تَأْوِيلًا. إِن كُنتُمْ تُؤْمِنُونَ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ. إِن كُنتُمْ تُؤْمِنُونَ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ. If you believe in Allah and the hereafter. So is this talking to the British colonial establishment? Is this verse can this verse possibly be referring to the British colonial establishment, that if you believe in Allah and the last day? They don't. The British colonial establishment don't, right? And why would they go back to Allah and His Rasul? They don't accept Muhammad Rasulullah. They were sending missionaries to convert the Indians to Christianity.
Yes.
Right? The British colonial rule was sending missionaries. This is how they made Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, Christian. How did they make Sub-Saharan Africa Christian in the last 100 years? By sending missionaries, establishing schools and hospitals. They couldn't do this in India because India, they had a very strong attachment. The Africans were still following their traditional religions, and they left them and they came to Christianity because they found Christianity, the schools and the hospitals, to be more attractive, and they became Christians. They tried to do this in India, they couldn't. Because the Hindus had a very strong sense of culture, so did the Muslims. Right? Continue, inshallah, please.
The British government in India.
That is a history again. A lot of the youth do not know, and it's kind of, kept under the carpet. People, I think a lot of the so-called Muslim influencers themselves don't even know this history.
We do.
You say that you don't know, and you put it under the carpet.
Yeah, you think we don't know this history? Yeah, Alhamdulillah, we have studied this history very well. You haven't.
So,
or if you haven't, it's a bunch of liars.
Islam, where he's praising the British.
Yes.
It's all because of the religious freedom.
It is indeed. Because all other things that came with the British, he very, he starkly opposed all of it.
Like what?
The influx of the Christian missionary societies, coming with the claim that we are.
By now, this is started to blatantly lie.
Yes, absolutely. In light of the evidence we have already presented, he's calling it the shadow of God. He will die for this rule. He will obey this rule. We sent 50 horsemen, then 14 horsemen. I will give my life. My entire Jamaat is the most loyal group in India. And the list, I mean, we can write a book. We can write a book on these things. Inshallah, we will. Inshallah.
By obviously there is a dispute and controversy on istighasa between the Muslim, scholars, etc. But let me show you the istighasa of their prophet in the word istighasa, and he is doing istighasa to who? To British Raj. Look at this one. So people can know, that this guy is just, hiding all of that. I don't know why.
Well, he can come back and say that this is istaghatha bil ahya,
Yes.
not bil amwat. Yeah.
Look at this one.
Yeah,
Mirza
we cannot
says,
see. Can you make this? Okay, continue, please.
make it bigger, brother. Is it okay? Okay. Mirza says that, by the way, all of this is coming from this Majmua Ishtiharat, volume 2, page 396 to 417. Look at this one. Mirza, after writing all of that, then at the end he says, इस्तिग़ासा ये है कि वो तमाम जाफिशानियाँ 50 साला मेरे वालिद मरहूम मिर्ज़ा गुलाम मुर्तज़ा और मेरे भाई गुलाम कादिर, जिनका तज़किरा सरकारी चिट्ठियात और सर लेपल ग्रिफन की किताब रईसाने पंजाब में है, नीज मेरी कलम की वो खिदमात जो मैंने 18 साल की तालीफात से जाहिर की हैं, सब की सब ज़ाया और बर्बाद ना हो जाएं। जी अदनान भाई।
So his appeal or his istaghatha in the Urdu, sorry, in the English language would be invoking. Is invoking the British government, the colonial government. He's invoking like we invoke Allah. Allah commands us to invoke Him. You know, Allah is Al-Mughis. Allah is Al-Mughis, the one we invoke. Okay? So he is invoking the British colonial government, reminding them that for 50 years, my deceased father and my blood brother, Mirza Ghulam Qadir, have served you. And this is very clearly evident from the bulletins or the chittiyat. Okay, chittiyat means the letters you have sent. Letters you have sent. And the book of Sir Lepel Griffin, the book about the ruling families of Punjab. It's a very well-known book, right? Chiefs of Punjab. Chiefs of Punjab. Okay, it's a very well-known book. Okay, and it is stated there. And the services I have provided for 18 years, okay, all of this may not go wasted. May not go wasted. Please, I am pleading to you. I'm pleading to the British colonial government. Please consider all these favors and noble deeds we have done for you. Please don't let it go to waste. It's like we go on Masalla and say, Ya Allah, meri sari nekiyan kabul farma, unko zaya na kar. Allah, meri nekiyon ko kabul kar, unko zaya na kar. Oh Allah, please accept my good deeds and don't waste them. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is basically pleading to the British colonial government, please consider the services of my father, my brother, and myself for 18 years. Don't waste them. MashaAllah. MashaAllah. Prophet of Allah. Okay. So may Allah guide you people. May Allah open your hearts and your minds.
Wallah, it's very heartbreaking. It's very ironic that despite all of that, they still have the audacity to say, oh, if Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was praising, the others were praising. Look, he's dying. Why? For what favor? What he want? Because he already said that the British have already given, according to them, religious freedom. What else he wants?
Show me one Muslim thinker, scholar, intellectual in the 19th century or in the early 20th century who wrote that Allah has sent revelation upon me to tell me that my religion has two parts. Okay? One is obeying Allah and the other is to obey the British colonial rule.
Yes.
So your attempt to mix him with the ulama or those sold out, misguided or scared ulama, because the majority, the overwhelming majority were directly against the British colonial rule. They were against. Okay? You are mixing Mirza Ghulam Qadiani with those categories. You are absolutely evil and you are manipulative to do that because you are hiding basic facts. Okay, and he said that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani had problems with other things the British were doing, like the missionaries, the influx of missionaries. And why didn't he speak up then? Why didn't he tell the British, stop killing 100 million people while I'm the Messiah? Wait. He is, Imtiaz Bhai, he has been appointed by Allah to be the promised Messiah. To do what? To spread justice on earth. To save lives. To break the cross. Right? To spread justice, to bring justice to planet Earth, to bring justice, right? While he is alive and he's active, Not only that, he doesn't stop this racist, genocidal, unjust, apartheid entity killing 100 million people while he's alive. He actually starts praising them, starts expressing his desire to die for them. He starts appealing to them, starts invoking them. So instead of doing the right thing, because he was the promised Messiah appointed by God, he should have spoken up and he should have been in the prison. Wait. He should have been in the prison, or he should have been in the mountains resisting this racist, genocidal colonial rule. But he's actually on the side of this colonial rule. You have no escape. You have no escape. You have no way to go. Okay, that's it. Game over for you guys. This point alone, this argument of ours alone dismantles your religion, completely dismantles your religion, absolutely removes the rug from your feet. The British colonial rule in India and its history and its profile alone completely is enough to dismantle your false religion. Absolutely. Let's go, Imtiaz bhai.
जी
Are going to turn the whole of India. We're going to make them convert to Christian. India will be Christian, right? And the flag of Jesus, the Christ, will wave and will fly high.
And these are in their reports?
In there, it says all over the place. It's in their reports. It's in their biographies. It's everywhere.
That was their mission.
That was the mission.
Okay.
And the promised Messiah alayhi salam said, while praising the British.
Why note this point? He said, he basically shoots her he said that the mission of these colonizers was to raise the flag of Christianity in British India. He clearly admitted this.
Yes.
Now the question is, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying to these leadership of he's telling them, look, I am your refuge. Allah has given me the good news that keep doing what you are doing. How he was opposing them? I mean, by becoming their refuge and taweez, how did he oppose them?
Yes. And how did he stop the spread of Christianity in India? He was supposed to break the cross. How did he actually stop it? By praising the same entity, the same people who are bringing in the missionaries.
Yes.
So he wants to stop the missionaries, but wants to serve and die for the same entity that's bringing in these missionaries, and wants to praise the same queen and calls her the mercy of God, the shadow of God on earth in Tuhfa Kaisariya. He is praising the same queen who is the head of the church. She's the one sending these missionaries. How does that make sense?
Bhai, I just, bhai, those common Ahmadis who are watching now or they'll watching in the future, my simple question to them is, these British Raj, according to their own admission, it was to strengthen the worship of Jesus and to raise the flag of Jesus worship.
100%.
Now the question is, to these people, this is what Mirza Ghulam Qadiani said, and now you tell us that how he was opposing them. By look at this one. हमारे खानदान ने सरकार अंग्रेजी की राह में अपने खून बहाने और जान देने से फर्क नहीं किया और ना अब फर्क है. He said that our family, for the sake of British Raj, we have not spared our lives neither in the past and nor we are going to spare our lives right now as well. Now my question is simple, very simple question and I want come to think Ahmadis, that if Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was going to sacrifice his life for the Britons, for what? Because they are telling you right now, they just admitted a few minutes ago that the mission of British Raj was to raise the flag of Jesus worship in India. And Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying, I am willing to sacrifice my life for you. How he was opposing them. Please, people, think. Adnan bhai, should I continue?
Yes, let's continue, please. Continue, because I'm charging my phone, so my camera will be off for a few minutes. Continue, please.
Yeah. But I just want to make sure, is it audioable, Umar?
Yes, I can hear you, Brother Imtiaz. Should we share the link or?
Yeah, please share. No, I'm just asking that, was the video audioable?
Yes, the video. No, did you share anything now? No, there's nothing.
Okay, I think it was another.
Have we finished? Yeah. Continue to play. How much is left of this podcast?
We are not even half the way.
So shall we continue or shall we stop here and let
I
people
think inshallah maybe we can maybe do another 5 minutes.
Yeah. I remember the bit where he talks about some Arab sheikhs from the Gulf region got the British involved in their affairs because they were, and the Sharif of Makkah, he got them involved. Again, the point is we can go on and on and on. These guys simply don't know history, or if they know history, they are manipulating, deliberately lying about Mirza's shenanigans. Mirza made it point of religion on those guys. Whoever was taking support from British for their political ends were doing it because they wanted to remain in power. Okay, they had their own personal gains and their own personal interest at heart rather than making it a part of religion. Mirza made it part of religion. This is the point. So let's continue for another few minutes and we can open the floor, inshallah.
Inshallah. Umar bhai, inshallah, in the meantime, you can share the link.
Mirza Ghulam Qadiani alone who turned the tide of the Christian missionaries, Lefroy, especially the Bishop of Lahore.
Subhanallah. Look at the level of lies these people are fabricating. He's saying that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani single-handedly, Subhanallah. And people, don't forget, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's son, Mirza Bashir Ahmad M.A., in Siratul Mahdi, he said that his father, i.e. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, he did one debate with one Christian, Abdullah Atham. And the result was, everyone knows. The history is known to all of you. Mirza's own family member became Christian. The people who invited Mirza, the people of Jindiala, the Muslims of Jindiala, even the Muslim scholars were warning them that be careful, you are choosing the wrong person. But still, when Mirza debated, what happened? The people of Jindiala, they apostatized. They became Christian. And after Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's prophecy about Abdullah Atham was failed, they were humiliating these people. The Christians were humiliating the Muslims in the street of Qadian and Amritsar. How? They brought a special elephant. They put Abdullah Atham on the elephant and they were marching in the streets of Amritsar saying that Mirza ki aisi gat banayenge, sare ilham bhool jayenge. Don't be angry at me. This is something they were chanting in the streets of Amritsar. What was that? That we are going to teach such a lesson to Mirza Ghulam Qadiani that he will forget about his revelations. This is what the Christians were chanting in the streets of Amritsar. Okay, and this person is telling us that Mirza was single-handedly turning the tides of Christianity. Subhanallah. What a liar.
And his accomplices.
Right. Wow.
Right. So,
Ji bhai?
Continue. I was going to say the same thing, that these people have no shame. They have no shame. Yeah.
You would not have that. India would have converted to Christianity had it not been for the religious freedom granted by the British. So should anyone, a Muslim, not have been thankful for that? Yeah. That yes, oh British government, you bring along a whole, numerous Christian missionary societies.
Yeah.
But thank you very much for granting us the freedom so that we can tell them where they're wrong.
Yeah, and counter.
By ek easy. He said that, Ji bhai.
Ji bhai.
He just said that it doesn't matter if they were bringing the missionaries as long as they were giving the freedom to practice it. The point is, they were backing all of these Christian missionaries. Okay?
Yeah.
And
absolutely. And they are the ones who are bringing in the missionaries, and Mirza is talking about them as a mercy from God. Mirza is calling this colonial government representing the cross, actually the greatest, the biggest representation of the cross in the world at the time. In the whole world, the largest number of missionaries was coming from British colonial rule all over the world. In Canada, in Australia, in Africa, where were the Christian missionaries coming from? Mainly from Britain, mostly from Britain. Okay, and Mirza is saying as long as they allow us to do our thing, they can bring the missionaries, and they are a mercy from God. And this he was saying from Revelation. How can you reconcile the two things? I don't know.
Exactly.
Where Islam is right. So thank you very much. What is the problem there? I just don't understand.
Yeah, and that's such a good point, because he's literally thanking them for allowing him to counter what they brought to India.
Absolutely.
Christianity.
Yes.
And do you think on social media, especially when they're talking about, oh, Ahmadis being a fifth column or British agents or established by the colonial powers, do you think these people have not read the writings?
They have not.
Because I know there's a lot of cherry pick writings which we're going to come to, but for someone who has read the works of Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, properly read them, I don't understand how they can come to the conclusion.
Not only that, Father, not only reading the works of the Prophet ﷺ, there are only two possibilities. Either they haven't read history. I mean, they can claim to be a bibliophile or whatever they like. I mean, by the way, it's not yourself who claims, I'm a bibliophile. It's people who tell from your work, from your attitude, from your knowledge, right? But they haven't read history. They have not gone into it. They've only cherry-picked things from here and
by this time you are the subject.
Gigi, he's talking about me.
He's
talking about me.
Brought and presented it.
Don't confine me to India. It's paining them that we are doing these campaigns, and Alhamdulillah, we have proven our qualifications. I'm a qualified historian, and I have a large collection of books. I have books that they don't have. I have books from the Ahmadi movement. I don't think most of them even have the first edition of Brahini Ahmadiyya. I have it. And this is the level of bibliophile I am, okay? So, by the way, I've recently managed to acquire some more books, original first editions from the Ahmadi Jamaat, published in Qadiani. So, I'm collecting these works, don't worry. There's more bibliophilia coming, inshallah, don't worry, okay? The point is, he's saying that in India, this was Mirza, because he was allowed the freedom, he was praising the British colonial rule because they allowed the freedom to confront the missionaries. Can we say the same thing about Twitter, for example? Twitter is one of the biggest sources of Islamophobia in the world. Okay? One of the biggest sources. So can we now, because Twitter allows us accounts and limits our freedom, sometimes our accounts and our tweets are shadow banned. Everyone knows who's been tweeting on Twitter, that sometimes your tweets don't reach a certain amount of people because there is some limit on certain words, like Israel, let's say, right? Okay. Shall we now say that Twitter is a mercy from Allah? It is God sent. It is God's shadow on earth, and we should die to defend it. Can we do that? These are the parallels we need to make. So it doesn't make sense. These arguments, they're stupid, so stupid, these arguments. It's unbelievable. And they're claiming that we haven't read. Shall I continue?
Yeah.
Fathers. Let me go out into the whole of the Muslim world. Who was not praising the British in the Muslim world? I wish you can show on the screen.
But he's a good actor. Sometimes he just goes emotional. Just this rhetoric thing.
Love letters exchanged between McMahon and Sharif Hussain of Mecca. If we can show them on the screen.
We can. You have them with you?
Yeah, bye.
So if Sharif Hussain of Mecca was invoking the British for help, how does that make him a role model for us? I don't understand. How does that make Sharif Hussain of Mecca, who was doing this for his private, personal interest? He was doing it so that he remains in power, and his sons were given the governments of Jordan and Iraq later on, Prince Faisal and Prince Abdullah, and they were made to be rulers of much of the Middle East. How does that make him a role model if he got the British help to come to power against the Ottomans? Okay? He's not talking about the fact that Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud has sent Qadianis to fight against the Ottomans on the British front in Iraq.
Yes, yes.
So there was jihad fi sabilillah for the sake of the British colonialism against the Muslims to remove the Ottomans from power, and the Qadianis had taken part in such a battle. Okay, how is that not treachery? So jihad fi sabilillah against the British colonial, racist, genocidal British colonial rule is not allowed, but against the Muslims is perfectly allowed, fighting for the British colonial rule. How does that make Sharif Hussain a role model, or those Arab sheikhs from the Middle East who later on got the British involved in the colonial rule of Britain involved in their affairs? How are they role models? Because later on, these same very sheikhs were to regret. They regretted this help and they tried to get rid of it. We have, if they have read the history of the Middle East alone, they would not be making these claims, because the common Ahmadis, unfortunately, don't read these books. They get away with these lies and these manipulations. Inshallah, continue, Jazwin.
Adnan bhai, what I'm thinking is, obviously they're gonna say this same kind of thing for the rest of the podcast as well. Inshallah bhai, I'm thinking, if you allow me, I give my you can say 5-minute conclusion. Inshallah, in the meantime, you can think of your as well. Then inshallah we'll post this one as separate video. Why? It's almost certain that Asif Basit does not have the courage to come and talk to us face to face. But inshallah, what I'm thinking is, we can post a video, this one inshallah, which we're gonna make right now, and we will inshallah ask him that, okay, we know you are covered, you cannot face us, at least on your platform answer these questions. What do you think, bhai?
No problem, go ahead. But the problem is, Imtiaz bhai, even when they answer the questions, they don't actually answer the question. They will take
That's exactly,
people
bhai, that's exactly when we'll give them this pointed questions, we want people to see how they responded.
Yes, inshallah. Let's go. Go ahead,
Okay.
inshallah.
Okay. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Okay, Mr. Asif Basit, we have just done some response to your recent podcast in which you try to justify that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was not serving the British Raj. Okay, now obviously the best thing was, or the ideal thing was, that either you can come on this platform or we have no ego. Okay, if you invite myself and Adnan Rashid bhai, we are more than happy to come on your platform and let's have a civilized dialogue. Let's see that how strong your arguments are to defend Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. But we are almost certain that you will never ever face us, because you have no ground to stand. But inshallah, in this short video, we are gonna give you few things, so which we want you to respond directly. Okay, first of all, the gist of your podcast is, number one, that if Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was praising the British Raj, so was the case with the other scholars as well. How it would justify Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's all of that praise? And inshallah, I'm going to show again in a minute that how Mirza Ghulam Qadiani and to what level he was going. For example, he was saying that it is obligation, a prophet of Allah, a claimant of prophethood is saying that it is the obligation of Muslims to obey the British Raj, on whose behalf he was talking. Because he said in other places that he never speaks unless Allah gives him revelation. So was it Allah's revelation to tell people and Muslim to obey the British Raj? So you cannot compare Mirza Ghulam Qadiani with anybody else. Okay, you cannot make sense of this. So our question number one is, if other Muslim scholars, if they were praising the British Raj, how would that justify Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's praise for the British Raj, who was oppressive and who were they were the cause of killing of 100 million Muslims? How Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is justified to praise them? Please tell us. Now, secondly, please pay attention, Mr. Asif Basit. We have presented already, inshallah, I'll show it again in a minute. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani said that he is willing to sacrifice his life for the British Raj. My question is it not true that he was telling people that wars have been lifted? No more wars. then why he was willing to fight on the side of Britain? And secondly, if he was going to fight on the side of Britain, who he was going to fight against? Who he was going to kill? On what basis you justify this quote-unquote jihad of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, but on the other hand, he was denying jihad? Please justify that. That on what grounds, through which ayat of the Quran, through which ahadith you can basically you can support that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has the right to die for Britons. Please explain this one. And next thing is very important. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was telling the Britons that I am your ta'weez, I am your refuge, I am your protection. And he was telling them that Allah has given him the good news that nothing will happen to British Raj as long as Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is amongst them. My question to you is it not true? If this is the case, it clearly proves that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was giving divine justification to all the killings and massacres of British Raj, because he was giving, because if this was the good news, that nothing will happen to British Raj as soon as Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is amongst them, if this was his ilham, if this was his revelation, who he was protecting, who he was favoring? So you need to answer these very specific questions. Question number 1: if jihad wars have come to an end, on what basis Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was telling to British Raj that his family has sacrificed their lives for them, and he was also willing to sacrifice his life for them because wars have ended? Why he was saying that? And if he was going to fight with the Britons, who he was going to fight against, who he was going to kill? And if he was the protection, if he was the ta'weez, if he was the refuge of the British Raj, and if he was giving the good news on the basis of ilham that nothing will happen to you, O British Raj, as long as I am in your midst, who he was supporting in this case? So please answer this very specific question. Ji Adnan bhai, you want to add something here?
No, continue, inshallah. Continue.
Okay, inshallah, we'll end here, and we'll see that, inshallah, we'll paste, we'll inshallah publish this one as a separate video clip. We want to see the response of Mr. Asif Basit. And by the way, you can add one more thing. Mr. Asif Basit, you published the video almost 1 year ago in which you said two things. Number one, you said that the people of Palestine are suffering because of their rejection of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. And number two, you said that the Jews are going to go into Jannah despite their rejection or not believing in Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And then you just quietly, you just took that video off. We want you to publish that video, and if you were wrong in that video, then you need to issue a public apology. Okay, be a man. If you made a mistake, no problem. You need to acknowledge that. You just secretly remove that video. Why? Ji Adnan bhai.
I would like to maybe add a couple of questions very quickly. That Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, if he was aware of 100 million people dying, if he was aware of 100 million people dying within 1880 to 1920, in 40 years, in these 40 years, when he himself is alive, active, and actively writing, and he was to be a prophet of God, as he would claim in 1902, why did he not touch upon this extremely important matter, a matter that concerned every single Indian? And if he was a God-sent promised Messiah, Mahdi, Mujaddid, and Prophet, why did he ignore such a great catastrophe taking place when he is himself active? Simple question. Why did he fail to address it? Especially when he was sent as a prophet, a savior for the humanity, for all of humanity. This is one question. Second question I want to ask is, Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed, your claim that he never intended to confront the British colonial rule, are you willing to stand by that? And if you are you willing to come and discuss that with us on one of our streams, or let us come to your streams and we will discuss this publicly, openly, and we'll present the black and white evidence. Are you willing to do that? Okay. Thirdly, third question is, we have shown that all the examples you presented are not valid. In light of all the crimes the British colonial rule committed in the Indian subcontinent alone, all the fatwas in their favor or neutral fatwas are irrelevant. They are completely bogus and unacceptable. Okay? In light of all that, how do you justify Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's loyalty that was revealed by God to him? He claimed that my religion has two parts. One is obedience to Allah. The second is the obedience to the British colonial government. The British colonial government, he claimed this was stipulated, this obedience, okay, this loyalty was stipulated by Allah. My question is it Allah who directly commanded the British to kill 100 million people between 1880 to 1920? And if Allah did, then why did Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala condemn Fir'aun and Haman and Junuduhuma in the Quran? On what basis? Why is Allah condemning all those oppressors and specifically mentions, Allah specifically mentions their killing as their crime? Okay, they would kill men and keep women alive. They would kill men and keep women alive. The British colonial rule killed men, women, and children, 100 million of them. So on what basis did Allah tell his prophet to be loyal to an entity that's going to kill 100 million people in 40 years when he himself is active and alive, and condemn Fir'aun and other oppressors in the Quran? Tell me, inshallah. These are my questions. Inshallah. Address them directly. Address them directly. Don't play games. Yes.
Inshallah, we'll publish them, inshallah, a separate video clip. So let's see what they respond, inshallah. So, Brother Umar, if you want to bring anyone on, inshallah, we can interact with the viewers. If somebody is there, Nan Bhai, this is that one topic, subhanallah. Even, back in the days when they used to come regularly, even at that time, when we touched upon this topic, nobody showed up.
Yes, this is death. This is absolute death of the cult. This topic is basically the end, the end of the cult, basically. And we need to keep talking about this. We need to keep highlighting this with the common Ahmadis. Inshallah, Allah will show them light. Inshallah, because there's no escape. There's no escape. There are few topics that are absolute disasters for them. The Ahmadiyya cult, Muhammadi Begum, okay, is one of them, and British colonial rule in India is another one. And there are many failed prophecies and language and behavior and all sorts of things. Absolutely. Yeah.
It's interesting, Nan Bhai, that, there's two women, Muhammadi Begum, obviously from the Muslim side, and from his own Jamaat, there was another Muhammadi Begum who was the wife of Manzoor Muhammad. You remember we shared that one as well.
Yes, and she died before giving birth to a child.
Because Mirza said that, Mirza actually, he said that Allah has revealed to him, Allah has sent him revelation that she will give birth to a son, to a male child. But obviously, when she gave birth to a girl, he said, okay, no worries, it will happen in the future. But then she died.
Yes. So the two Muhammadi Begums indicted him. Alhamdulillah. Yes. May Allah have mercy on both of them. Ameen, Ya Rab. May Allah give them Jannah for exposing this liar, Dajjal.
We know the Muslim Muhammadi Begum, Alhamdulillah, for sure, but we don't know this other Muhammadi Begum, if she was the follower of Mirza. Wallahu alam.
Absolutely. And we need to talk more about these issues, Imtiaz Bhai, so that this level of respect and honor they have created in the minds of the common Ahmadis of this Dajjal, this liar, at least it is dismantled and it is shattered, because they have to know the reality of this person, the one they have created. This is a money-making scheme, and they have created an idol for themselves, and they just don't want the idol to be destroyed. They don't want the idol to be smashed because they want to continue making from the gullible Ahmadis. This is the game.
Exactly. So, sorry, let's take Brother Ali. Are you on the stage? Brother Umar,
Yeah.
can you fix? Umar, can you fix the yes?
Oh, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm a Muslim. I've come here before.
I know.
I spoke to Adnan Bhai once before, ages back. And you know what? Jazakallah for having me. You know, it's always a pleasure being in the presence of you two great people who are helping the Muslim Ummah get away from this evil cult. But I've got one question. It's slightly on topic, but slightly off topic. Maybe you can address it, maybe you're not. That's fine. I just want to know, where did this concept come from that people believe that Imam Mahdi and Jesus are one person? It's just not. I've come across majority, not majority, all Qadianis believe this, and that I spoke to. Not only that, there are people in India that believe this. There are people that claim that they Mahdis themselves. They believe this. So if you can enlighten me and tell me where we know that Mahdi and Jesus are two separate entities. The hadiths are clear on this. So where did this concept come from? I'm laughing because I find it funny that they're saying that the Jesus and Mahdi are same people. Where does this idea come from?
Okay, Brother Ali, inshallah, before Adnan Bhai, inshallah, gives his thought, in your presence, Alhamdulillah, we are sitting live here. Adnan Bhai, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani knew that Mahdi and Messiah are two separate figures.
Yes.
And he used to mention this in his private gatherings.
Yes.
Oh, okay. This is interesting.
Yes. Now our thing, it is simple. You know, if any Murabbi has the courage, come and challenge us.
Yes.
Right.
And it will dismantle the entire, house of cards. Basically, they take this idea from, first of all, they want to make Mirza the Mahdi and Isa at the same time. They want to unite two persons in one human being. Okay. And in order to do that, they found a weak report in Sunan of Ibn Majah, which says, Lal Mahdi illa Isa. Okay. There is no Mahdi except Isa. And this report is weak. It is da'if. It is not even trustworthy. Okay. Because it goes against mutawatir reports. Number one. First of all, the hadith itself, by itself, the chain is weak. The chain of narrators, there are weaknesses in there. That's point number one. Point number two, this hadith goes against mutawatir hadith about Isa alayhi salam and about Mahdi, the person of Mahdi. Okay. And on top of that, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani himself said there is no authentic hadith about Mahdi. So that even that confirms that this hadith is da'if, even to the Qadianis. Whether it is
Bhai, let me, as they say that damag ki dahi banana, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani on the one, first of all, he knew that Mahdi and Messiah are two separate individuals, but he was lying to people in the public, number one. Number two, as Adnan Bhai said, he was using a da'if hadith that only Isa is the Mahdi, and he was rejecting all the authentic. The third thing is, he said all ahadith about Mahdi are unauthentic. Okay, but guess what, Adnan Bhai? For every single one of his claim, he used the hadith of Mahdi. For example, in order to claim a Bruzi Muhammad, he used the hadith of Mahdi. In order to claim a Rajul from Faris, he used the hadith of Mahdi. For everything he was using. And the last thing is very interesting, Adnan Bhai. He said that no Mahdi is going to come from the progeny of Sayyida Fatima to Zahra radiyallahu ta'ala anha. And guess what, Adnan Bhai? And then Adnan Bhai, he said that he is from the progeny of Sayyida Fatima to Zahra. So how to reconcile all of this mess?
It's a massive mess. That's all I wanted to ask you. Jazakallah for the answer. And I've noticed one thing before I leave. I noticed one thing that these Qadianis do is, which I can't comprehend and fathom this. The hadiths that are accurate and correct, why do they have a tendency to leave those behind and then go for the weak ones? I understand that they're trying to make Mirza Ghulam Ahmed to fit into, to make it so, make us believe that he's a prophet. But we know otherwise. But still, the hadiths that are accurate and sahih, I just don't understand that they don't even look at them, never mind acknowledge them. Because I've seen your debates, you've pointed out, Adnan Bhai especially, he's pointed out so many sahih hadiths, and they're like, no, we're going to ignore these. Let's just stick on these weak ones. And I've seen this tendency with many Qadianis, and I don't understand why don't they acknowledge and read the hadiths, the ones that are accurate, and talk about them.
You know, Ali, obviously you also know the answer, I'm sure, but just for the sake of other people as well, I just want to mention two things before Shadnan Bhai can add something into that. Number one is that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was begging for 3 favors to Muslims. Okay, he said that give me 3 favors and I can prove that I am the Messiah, I am the Mahdi, and I am whatnot. Now, what are those 3 favors? Number one, he said that I have the sole authority to interpret the verse of the Quran the way I want. Number one.
Okay.
Number two, he said that I will decide which hadith is authentic and which is unauthentic. Number three,
Oh,
he said
okay.
that I will tell the meanings of any hadith. Number four, he said that wherever I cannot find an ayah, I can't find a hadith, I will simply say it is my ilham. For example, he said that I am from Ahlul Faris, I have no evidence but my ilham. He said, I am from Bani Fatima, I have no evidence but I have ilham. He said, Isa has died, Allah has given me ilham. He said that I am the Isa now, Allah has given me ilham. What I'm trying to say is, Adnan Bhai, these 4 things he was asking as a favor. If you give to anyone, he can prove he's God.
Yes, absolutely. From the Quran, you can make a trinity out of the Quran.
Yes.
You know, there's a trinity. Ya ayyuhallazina amanu ati'u Allah wa ati'u Rasul wa ulil amri minkum. This is a trinity in the Quran. There you go. Allah, the Rasul, and those who are in power. This is the Holy Trinity in the Quran. We can make it up. We can say, oh, there's a trinity in the Quran. Okay, but it doesn't work like that. Nothing. The Sunnah does not allow us to make kufr out of the Quran. That's why when you give this freedom to anyone, as Imtiaz Bhai said, you can make anything out of anything, right? So that's why Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was a liar, because he had no standard, no set standard. Anytime he wanted to claim something, he said, I have ilham. Allah has just inspired me. Okay, and no one else has to know this information. For example, Prophet Muhammad wasn't told that Isa salam actually was crucified. He was put on the cross. The Prophet did not know this, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, apparently, and then he survived the cross and then traveled to Kashmir and died in Kashmir and got buried. Apparently, the Prophet didn't know this. This is why the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was telling us that he will return, he will come back, and he will do X, Y, and Z. But Mirza has ilham that cancels all of that. That cancels all of that, or reinterprets it. Yeah.
Sorry, just before I go, an important thing that Brother Adnan just pointed at. What's stopping someone else just from a street saying, "Oh, like Brother Imtiaz said, he's a bruisey of this and so." What's stopping some average person saying, "Oh, I'm a bruisey of Mirza Ghulam Ahmed," and he then starts this whole process?
Nothing, because by their standard, any Tom, Dick, and Harry. Apparently, there's a guy who's claiming to be Mahdi. I saw him on Instagram. Some guy in the US. Some guy is claiming to be Mahdi. He's claiming to be a Qaim. He's claiming to be a descendant of Fatima radiallahu anha, and he's doing a very good marketing campaign. He's got thousands of followers on his TikTok, I think TikTok or Instagram page. Okay, so by their virtue, by their reasoning, we have to follow him. We have to take him seriously, because the guy, he may have some arguments. So Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, the issue doesn't end with him. He wants to open the door to all cartoons and charlatans and all jokers and liars and dajjals to claim prophethood and be taken seriously. This is the point. This is what Mirza Ghulam Qadiani and his Jamaat want us to deal with. We're not going to do that. The door of prophethood has been shut.
Yes.
There's no revelation coming from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Okay. And that's it. It's over.
Jazakallah,
Yeah.
Adnan bhai, Jazakallah, Imtiaz bhai. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide those common Ahmadis that want to leave. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide those to the actual Islam. Ameen. And Jazakallah for having me. Inshallah, I'll speak to you brothers soon. Immediate duas. Jazakallah. Allah Hafiz.
Thank you.
Allah Hafiz.
Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much. Brother Umar,
Bashir.
mashallah. Bashir bhai, assalamu alaikum.
Kiddam Bashir Saab.
Adnan bhai, I'm going to show you something very interesting, inshallah, before Bashir bhai. Bashir bhai, are you there?
Walaikum salam. Who's this?
अदनान भाई, सबसे पहले अस्सलाम वालेकुम व रहमतुल्लाह।
वालेकुम सलाम जी।
दूसरी बात ये कि आप जिस तरह का मिर्ज़ा कादियानी के बारे में काम कर रहे हैं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अनवर शाह कश्मीरी की रूह दोबारा जाग उठी। जब मैं अपने उन परदादा के बारे में पढ़ता हूँ कि उनने कैसे हम मिर्ज़ाइयों के ख़िलाफ़ उनकी कितने इक़दामात थे, तो आज के दौर में मैं सिर्फ ये बताने के लिए आपको आया हूँ कि अगर मुझे कोई एक शक्ल देखनी चाहिए कि सैयद अनवर शाह कश्मीरी कैसे होते उस टाइम पे, तो मैं आपको देखता हूँ। जज़ाकल्लाहु खैरा। अल्लाह
ये आपने बहुत बड़ी बात कर दी, हमें बड़े लोगों के साथ मिला दिया। ऐसी हमारी हैसियत नहीं है, हम अदना से तालिबुल इल्म है और उन बड़े लोगों तक हम तसव्वुर भी नहीं कर सकते कि उनका जो मुकाम था, उनकी जो काविशें थी और उनकी जो मेहनत थी, उस तक हम नहीं पहुंच सकते। अल्लाह उनको जज़ाए खैर अता फरमाए, जन्नतुल फिरदौस में जगह अता फरमाए। आपने जिक्र किया कि वो आपके परदादा हैं, क्या आप डायरेक्ट डिसेंडेंट हैं?
डायरेक्ट नहीं, मेरी जो हमारी जो है कास्ट बिल्कुल मिलती है, सिर्फ 2-3 चेन्स का फर्क है। और लेकिन जो मेरी परदादी थी वो उनकी सकी भतीजी थी, तो काफी जो है रिलेशन मिलता जुलता।
अल्लाह अकबर। अल्लाह खुश रखें आपको और अल्लाह आपको उनके नक्शे कदम पर चलने की तौफीक अता फरमाए। थैंक यू सो मच। अल्लाह ब्लेस यू।
आमीन।
दुआ में याद रखिएगा। अस्सलाम वालेकुम। अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
Adnan bhai, abhi let me show you something very interesting, and I'm sure that you might have seen it somewhere. Okay, let's inshallah see them, and then inshallah we can talk to Naveed bhai afterwards. Okay, so where is that? Okay, now Adnan bhai, I'm going to give you a surprise, and maybe inshallah in the future, if you happen to see any of their murabbis in the speaker's corner, maybe you should ask them that how will you explain this one.
Okay.
And it will also challenge their view on jihad, because this was the topic today, that how would they justify all of that. Okay, so let me share the screen bhai. Is it by my screen visible?
Yes, something's coming up. Yeah, there you go. It's there, but it's not in the middle.
Okay,
yeah, now we can see it. Maktubat
Umar bhai, can you please bring this in the middle, Umar? Okay, Jazakallahu khair.
Yeah, it's fine. It's in the middle now. Maktubat Ahmadiyya.
Okay, bhai. Basically, this is the because I need to find this reference in there, because the thing is, whenever they publish their books, they change pages and everything. So I need to trace this back to the new edition as well, inshallah, which we can do. But this old edition is available on the own website, by the way. It's not ours, it's theirs. So this is by basically Maktubat-e Ahmadiyya. Page number is 43. It is the old edition. Volume number 5 and number 4. I don't know what is Jild Panjam number Chaharam. So it's volume 5 and something 4.
Even the references are confusing. Okay.
Very confused. Okay, anyhow, but look at this one. So it says at the bottom, it says, ये वो दकीक मार्फत है जो कशफ के जरिया से इस आजिज पे खुली है. He says this is that deep, that
intricate,
that intricate knowledge which Allah has revealed on this humble i.e. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. और ये भी खुला है, and this is also revealed to me, मुकद्दर है कि एक ज़माने के गुजरने के बाद, it is destiny that after passing of certain time, खैर और इस्लाह का गलबा तौहीद का ज़माना होगा. there will be the time of khair and tawheed etc. फिर दुनिया में फसाद और शिर्क और जुल्म ओद करेगा, and then again there will be mischief, there will be polytheism and oppression in the world. And by the way, this is after Mirza Ghulam Qadiani will die. It's all after him. और बाज को कीड़ों की तरह खाएंगे, and some will be eating away the others, और जाहिलियत गलबा करेगी, and they will be the ignorance will be dominant, और दोबारा मसीह की प्रस्तिश की जाएगी. By this interesting thing, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has died, so he has established, and then somehow Jesus worship has started again. और मखलूक को खुदा बनाने की जहालत बड़ी जोर से फैलेगी, and to worship the creation will be widespread. और ये सब फसाद ईसाई मजहब से आखिरी जमाना के आखिरी हिस्सा में दुनिया में फैलेंगे. He said all of this will happen because of the Christian religion in the end time. तब फिर मसीह की रूहानियत सख्त जोश में आकर जलाली तौर पे अपना नजूल चाहेगी. At that time, the spirituality or the ruh or the spirit of Jesus or Messiah, it will be, it will be angry, and it will want it to have its manifestation and descending. तब कहरी शबी में इसका नजूल होके, at that time it will come, with I don't know what is कहरी शबी.
Avengeful appearance.
Okay, then there will be an avengeful appearance and descending of the spirit of Messiah. इस जमाना का खात्मा हो जाएगा, and this thing will bring an end to that time, और दुनिया की सफ लपेट दी जाएगी, and the world will come to an end. इससे मालूम हुआ कि मसीह की उम्मत नालायक करतूतों की वजह से, it is proven from this that because of the incapable ummah of Isa alayhi salam, मसीह की रूहानियत के लिए यही मुकद्दर था कि 3 मर्तबा दुनिया में नाजिल हो. He said it was decreed for the spirit and spirituality of Messiah to descend 3 times. Now look at this one. Anybody can read the whole by the maktub. First time was Isa himself, second time Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, and this was third time.
Wow. So there's a third coming expected of Masih Maud.
Yeah, but the point of non-Bhai is Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is telling us that this is the revelation he has received. It must happen.
Yes. So basically Mirza also failed.
Yes, and by the way, non-Bhai, guess what? Mirza Ghulam Qadiani said that if I do not break the cross, if I don't bring an end to Jesus' worship, I am not Messiah.
Allahu Akbar. So he is foretelling his own failure.
Yes.
So he's saying God has decreed, Allah has already revealed to him that the promised Messiah has to come 3 times.
Yes.
Because the first time he won't be able to stop Jesus' worship. The second time he will come to stop Jesus' worship, but it will return, because he's saying shirk or zulm ood karega. Ood means it will basically return, it will come back, and the Messiah will be worshipped again. And that's why Allah had decreed to send the Messiah 3 times.
3 times.
So there's a third time the Messiah will come as well. So I'm sure these Qadianis, the common Ahmadis, don't know this. They don't know this.
And now I want to point out something very interesting, because let's seal this matter inshallah with the reference here. Bhai, look at this one. I want you to read this one, Bhai.
Okay. मेरा काम जिसके लिए मैं मैदान में खड़ा हूँ ये है कि मैं ईसा नबी को सतून को तोड़ दूं, ओके, और बजाय तसलीस के तौहीद को फैलाऊं और आप सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की अज़मत और शान दुनिया पर जाहिर करूं. बस मुझसे करोड़ निशान भी जाहिर हों और ये इल्लत गाई ज़हूर में ना आए तो मैं झूठा हूं. बस दुनिया मुझसे क्यों दुश्मनी करती है और मेरे अंजाम को क्यों नहीं देखती. अगर मैंने इस्लाम की हिमायत में वो काम कर दिखाया जो मसीह मऊद और महदी मऊद को करना चाहिए था, मैं सच्चा हूं. और अगर सच्चा ना हूं और मैं मर गया तो फिर सब गवाह रहे कि मैं झूठा हूं. वाह, So he's saying
the point is this. My point is this. Isa Nabi ke sutun ko todna aur taslis ko phailana, taslis khatam aur tawhid ko phailana. This was the mission, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And you can read English if you want, by this is the English translation as well.
My mission for which I stand in the field is to break the pillar of Jesus worship and instead spread the Tawheed over Trinity and show the greatness and glory of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, to the world. So even if 1 million signs appear for me and this end goal is not achieved, then I'm a liar, basically. So why is the world hostile to me? Why does it not see my end? If I have done in support of Islam what the promised Messiah and Mahdi of the covenant should do, then I am true. And if this achievement does not come true and I die, then let all be the witness that I am a liar. And by his own confession in the previous quote, he is a liar because he said that the second coming, which is himself, is not enough to undo all of this because it will return. Jesus' worship will return and shirk will return. So therefore, there is a third coming needed. Therefore, he's a liar.
Yes.
Absolutely. He's a liar.
Now by look, if you want me to complicate and to damag ki dahi banana, let me show you one more thing. So then let the people figure out how to deal with this stuff. Wallah, you know, this man was, subhanallah. Nobody can reconcile this man. Look at this one, bhai. Let me share something here for the surprise of the common people. By what it says here?
बस मेरे सिवा किसी मसीह के लिए मेरे ज़माने के बाद कदम रखने की जगह नहीं है. Wow. So apart from myself, no Messiah can step on earth after me. So he's saying there's no other Messiah coming after me. Rouhani Ghazain, volume 16, page 243. But there in Ishtaharat, was it Ishtaharat or sorry?
Maktubat.
Maktubat Ahmadiyya.
Yes.
In Maktubat Ahmadiyya, he's saying that there's
Allah has revealed to him. Allah has revealed to him.
Yeah. So the Messiah is coming the third time.
Third time.
The Messiah is unbelievable.
In Khutbah Ilhamiyah, he said, after him, no Messiah can come.
Yes. Yes.
How to
there you go.
that?
That's it. Absolutely. Let the Qadiani Murabbis do it for their own common Ahmadis. Inshallah. This is very powerful. This is very, very powerful. Absolutely.
Allah, this if somebody is sincere, this is a checkmate, case closed.
Yes, absolutely. There's nothing left. Look, if anyone is sincere, even one point is enough to show that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was a lying Dajjal. But if someone is not sincere and is not destined to be guided by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you can bring the sky down in front of them and they won't accept it. So that's it. Upon us is to deliver the message. We cannot guide people. It is Allah who guides people. Allah will open hearts and minds, not us. We just have to present the evidence. We have to bring this out to the common Ahmadis and let them decide. It's up to them and it's up to Allah. Allah will decide, inshallah. Yeah. So
okay, Brother Umar, inshallah, you can bring our guest, whoever is next.
Naveed Afzal. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you, Jaz bhai and Adnan bhai?
Very good, alhamdulillah. Jazakallah khair. Thank you so much.
MashaAllah, good to see you both. And your words are spreading all over the world, especially in Pakistan, where the majority of Ahmadis are living. Before your streams, we used to debate only on Wafat Masih and this, and our style was not good. But you have set the stage and bar very high, and your streams are very eloquent and very, very good. Now, I have one question for you, which I have.
Naveed bhai, can you please fix your mic because there's too much noise from your side?
It's nice.
Yes, now it's okay.
Yes, it's good now. Yes.
Yeah, I was telling you that now I've posed one question to my Ahmadi friend, and he is not answering me. My question is this: that you are saying that there is a Ijra'i Nabuwat, that Nabi can come, and I asked him if I claim that I am Nauzubillah a Nabi, I can also write books, and I can also teach you the Quran, especially the meaning of Quran. Then what will be happen? They said that it is possible. It is possible. We will consider this. Then I said that just like jihad, that your Nabi says that the jihad is no more. If I say now the namaz and hajj is no more, then what you will say? Because if that first was abolished, then why not namaz and hajj?
Yes.
Then please, Imtiaz Bhai, what can you say on this?
Very good question.
I'm speechless.
It's a very good question. Absolutely. Yes. If a prophet can come and abolish a concept of Islam, like Mirza did, to serve the British colonial interests in India, then a prophet can come in the future and to the Qadianis, and completely abolish Islam altogether and say, we have a new religion now. I've been told by Allah.
No, it's not. He says that this is the true religion, that you cannot more perform namaz, hajj, and na'uzubillah, you can make Makkah, Muazzama a university because it is the need of the hour. So there is no need for this. Only you can study over there and do your job and earn money, and that's it. So why not? If you can abolish jihad, then why not namaz and hajj? If another Nabi comes and say this, and if I ask them to produce any ayah or hadith, they say it is just like Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has abolished jihad, because it is nothing in the hadith, nothing in the Quran. Please elaborate in this. Please elaborate.
Yes. There's nothing in the Quran or the hadith that allows this kind of abolition of a concept of Islam that's so clearly stated in the Quran and the Sunnah. The Quran is categorical and the Quran is final. There's no more book coming from Allah after the Quran. The Quran is the final revelation from Allah. And if the Quran has put down a concept against oppression, against injustice, then it remains. No Messiah, no Mahdi, no so-called prophet can come and undo the Quran. Okay, that's why Mirza Qadiani, failed miserably, because he himself knew how difficult this was. But to appease the British, he would go to any extraordinary length to get their favors, or to get their attention. And he knew he will face opposition from the ulama. The ulama will declare him to be a kafir, someone who is abolishing a concept of Islam that he doesn't have the authority to do so. He didn't care about the ulama. He didn't care about the Muslims. He was only worried about getting favors from the British colonial rule. That's why he was paying lavish tributes. So again, the Quran and the Sunnah are very clear. The Quran is very clear. The Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ is very clear. Man ahdatha fi amrina haza ma laysa minhu fahuwa raddun. Anyone who adds any new matter into this religion which is not from us, it is rejected. The Prophet ﷺ said, Man amila amalan laysa alayhi amruna fahuwa raddun. Anyone who does an action and there is no injunction from us on that action, it is rejected. Khalas. These are basic principles of Islam that we all know. So the Prophet ﷺ has put foundations from Allah very, very firmly. No joker, no liar, no dajjal can come and shake those foundations. So this is why Qadiani cult is declining, is dying. It's not growing, it's dying. It's not growing. We can see that online, we can see that offline. It's dying.
Because for example, as by as well, in some part of Africa we get the messages that they have their temple there, etc. So just couple of days ago, one brother just went to confirm their temples are pretty much nobody's coming there.
No,
some
empty.
of them are just open on weekly basis.
They are like jails. They are closed. They are like the gates are closed. They are so nervous about people coming in to even pray with them. Sometimes people, they don't know if it's a masjid or not. They just walk in and they start staring. So even the temples in some of these African countries are closed, cordoned off, and they're not open to public as such. They're not. They look like closed compounds. Secret, like secret intelligence offices or something like that. Yeah. Secret services. Yes.
Brother Naveed, you want to say something before you go, brother?
Yeah, thank you very much for taking me. The last word is this, that your Urdu streams are also affecting very much, especially in Rabwa, Qadian, and most of my Ahmadi friends who are my friends for many years were listening you very seriously. But their families only understand Urdu. Now the problem is this, in Europe they understand English and in Pakistan they understand Urdu. So please also make the time for the Urdu streams also. Thank you very much.
Inshallah, we will do. Thank you so much, Naveed bhai. Thank you.
Jazakallah Naveed bhai, thank you very much. Ahmed bhai, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you, brothers? Brother Imtiaz and Adnan bhai. How are you, brother?
We're good. Jazakallah. Thank you so much.
Very, very happy and an honor to be here. I've been watching you guys for almost a year, since Ramadan last year. Subhanallah. So it's very happy that you guys working towards this cult, and I'm very I'm every day when I see what they're doing, it just hurts my heart so much. If we, subhanallah, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give you guys barakah in your health, in your wealth, in your family, and keep you guys going on this effort. It's very, very important. And what I would like to also say that I have heard another Dajjal has appeared in India, named by Shakil bin Hanif, claiming to be Masih and Mahdi.
So
I don't know if you guys have heard of it.
Let the Qadianis follow him. His claim might be as good as Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's claim. So why reject him? Let the Qadianis follow him. If they're rejecting him, whatever arguments they would use to reject him, okay, then they should use the same arguments against Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, right? And if they follow him, then they know they are following a liar. They know they're following a liar. Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely correct. Yes.
Yeah. Because
I agree with you.
Yeah, because they believe in the ijra. They believe in the continuity of such prophethoods. Okay, and
that's right.
That's it. Where do you draw the line? They have opened the floodgates for all liars and dajjals to come in, and the Prophet ﷺ said that there is no prophet after me, and there will be 30 lying dajjals after me. So this is what the Qadiani Jamaat is trying to qualify.
They are, and also they are not coming on the stream, especially Razi, and they don't address. Even I have watched some of their stream or their videos to see what they have to say, because they're not coming here, and he just doesn't address the questions that you brothers ask over here, and he just get rid of them when they can't answer, when they're cornered.
They are playing the game they have been playing for 100 years. When you cannot answer, when you get stuck, start to ignore your opponents, and they will shut down in a year or two, or in a few months. They will disappear and they will give up themselves. This is the game they're playing. But this time, we ain't giving up, brother. We will continue.
Inshallah,
we will train teams around the world. We will teach Muslims what this cult is, so that they are aware of this cult. So this cult doesn't spread in the name of Islam. They want to spread. They can launch a new religion. Say we have a prophet. We are new religion. Go and preach. Yeah, but don't call it Islam. Don't call it Islam.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. I totally agree with you guys. Yeah.
It's like someone pretends to be Adnan Rashid and is conning people.
100%.
Someone who takes my ID, fakes an ID in my name, goes to people and starts taking money in my name and says, okay, I'm Adnan Rashid, can you give me money? Okay, I would be worried, I would be terrified, I would go and file a report at the police station and say, this guy is a fraudster who's using my identity, okay, and he's defrauding people. So how can we allow that with our deen? If I wouldn't allow that for my person,
correct. That's absolutely correct. Yeah, I totally agree with Imtiaz bhai and you when you guys said this. It's an identity theft, which is absolutely correct. In the name of Islam, they are spreading kufr. They have totally different belief to the Muslims, so they shouldn't be calling themselves. Call whatever you want, but don't represent our deen in your manner, in your view, and give a wrong understanding. People might want to become Muslim, but they become Qadiani, having wrong belief, thinking they're going Jannah in bi'idhnillah ta'ala, but they would not.
No. If you believe in this cult,
Yes, Ahmed bhai, you want to say something?
Yes, Imtiaz. You were saying something. You can say, please.
Adnan bhai, because as you said already, that if somebody is sincere and he is looking for the truth, Adnan bhai, inshallah, in your presence, I'm going to present something and I let you comment on that. And this one thing, Adnan bhai, is more than enough for a sincere person if they are searching for the truth. And let me share the screen and let's see, inshallah, that what people can understand from this reference. Okay. Bhai, can you see my screen?
Now we can.
Bhai, there is one thing nobody can deny, that if someone lies on Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, this person does not even qualify to be a Muslim, let alone something else. Adnan bhai, you agree with me?
100%, absolutely.
Right now, I want you to read this one and tell us that is he lying or not.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Hazrat Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam ko Farsi zuban mein ilham. The Prophet received ilham or revelation in the Persian language. इस तरह एक दफा रसूलुल्लाह सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम पर एतराज हुआ था कि किसी और जुबान में इल्हाम क्यों नहीं आता, तो आपको अल्लाह ताला ने फारसी में इल्हाम किया, ई मुश्तखाक रागर ना बचशम नबक्षम चेकुनम. So basically he says, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani says that just like that, the Prophet ﷺ was once criticized for not receiving revelations in another language or a different language. Then Allah sent a Persian revelation to him in the following words: "E mushtakhak, this fist of dust, ragar na baksham chikunam." Okay, so if this fist of dust is not ragarna baksham chikunam, how would you translate that?
I think he's saying that if Allah does not forgive me, then what this fist of dust can do.
Yeah, exactly. Or if you do not give a fist of dust, then what have you done? Something like that. Something to that effect.
So basically, Adnan, our point is this: where is this hadith?
Yeah, where is this revelation from?
Yes.
And the Prophet ﷺ said in response to liars like this, "Man kadhiba alayya muta'ammidan falyatabawwa maq'adahu minan nar." Anyone who lies on me deliberately, let him take his seat in hellfire. Allahu Akbar. And we have no evidence that the Prophet ﷺ ever received a Persian revelation or knew the Persian language at all. He did not. Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Okay, and I can prove Imtiaz bhai, this Persian is late Persian. The Persian at the time of the Prophet ﷺ was not this Persian. That was Pahlavi Persian. That language was very different to this language, by the way. This alone is enough to prove Mirza a liar. Okay. The question is, are these the words revealed to Prophet Muhammad in the Persian language? Why would Allah reveal Indian Persian, okay, that was pioneered later on in the Indian subcontinent on an Arabian prophet in Arabia in a time when it's not applicable. Okay, because the Persians in Persia spoke the Pahlavi Persian, which is the ancient Persian language, okay, which is very different.
If we just want to, for example, make it simple for any common person who's watching right now, will be watching in the future. Adnan bhai, can you tell us that how do we know if something is authentically reported from Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam? What are the conditions?
There are many conditions. For example, first of all, the report has to be traced back to the Prophet ﷺ uninterrupted. Okay, uninterrupted.
So one is that there has to be sanad, i.e. the chain
Sanad.
of narrators, number one.
The chain has to consist. It has to consist authentic narrators.
Uninterrupted.
Yeah, uninterrupted, which has to be direct to the Prophet ﷺ. And the persons narrating in the chain have to be authentic. They have to be strong characters, trustworthy characters. Yes, absolutely. So these are the very basic principles for a hadith to be qualified as hadith. For example, the definition of hadith in Islam is what? Okay, not just the saying of a Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Hadith, technically, Islamically speaking, is a combination of two elements. A statement attributed to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, accompanying a chain. If there is no chain, this statement means nothing. It cannot qualify to be a hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. If someone claims Prophet Muhammad said such and such, so and so, it cannot be taken as such unless it accompanies a chain of narrators going to the very Imam who attributes that information to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. For example, if Imam Bukhari says Qala Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he has to qualify it with a chain. So he does. For example, he has reports in his collection that has 3 individuals between Imam Bukhari and Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Imam Bukhari narrates from his teacher Makki ibn Abi Ibrahim. Brother Omar, Brother Ahmed, can you mute your mic, please? Because we can hear thank you. So Imam Bukhari narrates from his teacher Makki ibn Abi Ibrahim, who narrates from his teacher Yazid ibn Abi Ubaid, who narrates from his teacher Salma ibn al-Aqwa, who narrates from his teacher Muhammad Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So this is a chain that comes directly from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam to Imam Bukhari. Likewise, there are 4 people in the chain. Imam Bukhari narrates from Abdullah bin Yusuf, one of his teachers, who narrates from his teacher Imam Malik bin Anas, who narrates from his teacher Nafi', who narrates from his teacher Abdullah bin Umar, and Abdullah bin Umar narrates from his teacher Muhammad Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So this chain gives us confidence in the authenticity and the originality of the information being attributed to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Every single one of these individuals is known by their character and by their status, so that we know who this person is in the chain. So this is what a hadith is. Yes.
So basically, Adnan, by now there are 2 options. Option 1 is either they have to produce this authentic hadith which Mirza is referring to, option 1. Option 2 is if Mirza was mistaken, then they must prove that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani corrected his mistake. And if they don't do either one of them, then it means that they don't want to know the truth.
Absolutely. Effectively, Mirza just made up this information on the spot, just like he did in other cases when he said that the Prophet said that there is a black-skinned prophet from India, and his name is Kahin.
Why there's a context to that? Because you know that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was claiming revelations in different language he does not know. So when people raised that objection, he made this thing up.
That's right. So he would respond to objections. When he was criticized for something, he would make up something. He would make up a hadith, he would make up a statement, he would make up a story, in response, and we can give multiple examples.
Yeah.
Multiple examples. For example, he made up a hadith about the Prophet ﷺ when the British policy during the plague in India was what? To put people in camps, to put people, take them out of their towns and the cities, to put them in camps. And the British wanted Mirza, or maybe Mirza wanted to appease the British himself. He made up a hadith that the Prophet ﷺ said, when there's a plague, leave your towns. And if you don't, then you're fighting against Allah and His Messenger.
Yeah.
Mirza made this hadith up, and this is in Review of Religion. Review of Religion, and this hadith is categorically quoted there. But when we check the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ about plague, it says exactly the opposite. It says, when there's a plague, do not leave your towns, or if you're outside of the town, don't go into the town.
Yeah.
Basically, stay where you are. Don't leave. Don't leave. Stay. When there's a plague, don't spread it. Don't go to the town or don't come out of the town. Mirza said, when there's a plague, leave your town. To go where? To go to one of the British camps established for. So Mirza, every time he needed something, every time he wanted to appease someone, he made up something. And this again was a response to one of his criticisms that he's receiving revelations in different languages that he doesn't understand. Okay, I will do what I will do. Okay, for example, in the English language, I love you. I will do what I will do. Okay, so yeah, so Mirza had to make up a revelation about the Prophet ﷺ as well, that he received revelation in a language he didn't understand. Okay, amazingly, the language was Indian Persian, not even the Persian of the ancient Persians, the Sassanids. Okay,
Yeah.
you can play these games with people who don't know history. Okay, like the common Ahmadis, unfortunately, they don't know these things. That the Persian language of the ancient Persians in the Sassanid Empire was a different language to the Persian Indians spoke later on. Okay, it's like Shakespeare's English is not the English you speak today. Even Queen's English is not like Shakespeare's English. Or if you go to Geoffrey Chaucer's English, okay, in the 15th century, 1400s, when Chaucer, the English poet, was alive, go and read that English. You cannot understand it. If you go back another 200 years, okay, if you read the Middle English of the English people, you will not understand most of it. Okay, so these games you can play with people who don't know history, don't know languages, don't study the history of languages or etymology. You can receive them easily. Okay, what is this? The Messiah has come.
Right now, we're asking them the questions to respond, and right now, this is what they are doing in the streets of Canada right now.
Yeah, in the streets of Canada, in the streets of Ireland, and they're getting people asking them this is why we need to do this work more and more so people can find out what this charlatan, this Dajjal liar is, basically. Yeah. Joker.
Why the interesting thing is this, when they are saying the Messiah has come, how come they are not saying that Isa ibn Maryam has come back?
Yeah, Jesus has come.
Yes.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Jesus has come.
Because
Jesus, son of Mary.
Christians are waiting for Jesus.
Yeah, exactly. Why you not? Exactly. They are the easiest people for you to convince and target. Go and tell them that the Messiah, Jesus, the son of Mary, is back. Here he is. This is his picture. This is his picture. And see what happens. See how they respond. And then we will show them what he said about Jesus.
Yes.
Then we will start to show them what he said about Jesus and his mother, and let people decide whether this is a Messiah or not. Unbelievable. Are there any Qadianis in the background who want to come and have a chat with us?
This topic comes no way.
No. I mean, look, this alone should show people that how can you hide and run and put your face? Where are your murabbis, your scholars? And the thing is, you can't just ignore now. You know why? Because we have hundreds of thousands of followers online. You can't just turn around and say that these people are nobodies. We don't have to talk to them. They are nobody. No, we have more followers than your biggest channels. Your biggest channels on YouTube, okay, they have less following than us. I mean, we, alhamdulillah, have 100. This is not boasting. I'm not boasting. Please don't take it the wrong way, because there are much bigger channels out there than us. Okay, we are just simply trying to make a point here that you ignoring us puts you in very bad light, exposes your dajjal and your cowardice. You know why? Because you cannot possibly ignore us, because we have more following than you. So if it's about putting the truth out, you should be here every single stream talking to us in a gentle fashion if you are actually sincerely interested in the truth, just like we are. We're not insulting you, we're not abusing you, we're not cursing you. Like we go on your streams, some of your Punjabi muballighs and murabbis, they use some of the worst, disgusting language under the heavens against us. We're not doing that to you. We are showing you the manners you purport to uphold. You know, we are showing you those manners. Come and talk to us. Otherwise, know that you are upon batil. What you're following is a lie, and you just need to wake up. That's it. This is it. Absolutely. Because you have no defense against Mirza. And you know why your murabbis for the last 100 years, they've been playing this game? Wafat-e Masih, Khatmun Nubuwa, Wafat-e Masih, Khatmun Nubuwa, so that you don't have to know what Mirza has written. So that you don't have to know all these contradictions and all these shenanigans and all this immoral, criminal stuff, praising and appeasing and worshipping a racist, genocidal entity, a government that ruled India with brutality. And your prophet is saying that it's a mercy of God and he is the protection of God for this colonial establishment. This is why they don't want to open the books of Mirza. That's why. So if there's no Qadiani, we'll take questions, inshallah. And it's,
inshallah. Brother, you want to say something before we inshallah bring someone else? Okay. So Munakas is here. Munakas, assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, Munakas.
Wa alaikum assalam. So yeah, it was quite some time ago before I spoke to you, and I can actually say it because we had a private discussion and I took my shahada. But so in the following weeks, I have been reconsidering a little bit, and I'll be honest with you, because although I did take my shahada in the sense of me leaving the Jama'at, but I haven't officially left it, and so inshallah I will just take up some questions that I have. The reason why I began reconsidering my position a little bit is because I find 80 to 90% of the arguments that you bring, they are superfluous in the sense that they can be used against any religion. I don't understand why those standards are just applied to the Jama'at specifically. So I don't know if should we take some example of that?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay,
can we stick to the argument of today, the British colonial rule in India? Let's take this as our, you can say, as one of the strongest arguments against Mirza Ghulam Qadiani.
Okay, fine. Fair enough.
So show us how this is superfluous and how this can be applied to any other prophet of God.
Yes, okay. So in the sense that, for instance, if we go back to Jesus himself, he didn't make any revolution against the Romans. And in fact, we have certain hadiths from the Prophet ﷺ where he says that even if an emir whips your back and drinks alcohol at the same time, obey him.
Let's discuss.
Yes.
Let's discuss Jesus first. First of all, we don't know what Jesus said and did, because we don't have authentic sources to confirm his teachings. But even though we take the Gospels as the truth, let's say, okay, where did Jesus say that my religion has two parts? One is to worship God, the God of the Israelites, and to obey the Romans. Jesus never said that. Okay, where did Jesus say that obedience to the Romans is paramount? I'm the most loyal servant of the Romans. Okay, fighting against the Romans is illegal. It is haram. You are a bastard if you fight against the Romans. Did Jesus say anything like that?
No, you're right. He didn't say any of that explicitly.
So the argument doesn't. Yeah.
So you mentioned, I think in this stream you mentioned Musa earlier, alayhi salam, when he.
My brother, Munakas, let's make it easy and simple for all of us. Let's make a criteria. Do you believe that in order for Mirza Ghulam Qadiani to be anything, he must be a Muslim? Do you agree?
Yes.
And if we can prove right now that according to his own criteria, he was not a Muslim, what would you say then?
Well, if you can proceed, because I don't know what that's supposed to mean, that he was not a Muslim.
Yes, he was not Muslim.
Despite his repeated claims of being Muslim, despite his effort, whatever you think of his effort, despite his effort of defending Islam.
Brother Munakas, I give you a simple example. If we want to complicate things, we can do as much as we want, okay? But let's simplify things, okay? You tell me one simple thing. Is it blasphemy to disrespect a true prophet of Allah? Yes or no?
Disrespecting, yes. If disrespect, of absolutely yes.
And if someone commits this blasphemy, is he still a Muslim?
No, because if you generally commit blasphemy, then that takes you outside the fold of Islam.
Okay.
This has been
now
the
let's
understanding.
inshallah. Let's now move step by step. Okay, just give me 1 second, and inshallah we will ask you where we agree and where we disagree, inshallah, and then we move forward. Because it's very simple way to prove or disprove the whole case. We can put Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. Okay, because my understanding is you cannot read Urdu, so I will read Urdu for you, and inshallah I can translate for us, and inshallah then we can discuss. Okay. It says here, Masih to sirf ek mamuli sa nabi tha.
The Messiah.
The
Messiah was an ordinary prophet.
वो भी करोड़ हाँ मुकर्रबों में से एक था.
And he was one among millions.
मगर इस आम ग्रोह में से था.
But he was from this ordinary group of people.
और मामूली था.
And he was ordinary.
इससे ज्यादा ना था.
And he was nothing more.
Now, Adnan Bhai, even though the narrations are weak, how many prophets Adnan Bhai we know from the narrations?
124,000.
So, I believe that nobody can deny that Isa alayhi salam was from that group of 124,000, right, Bhai?
Correct, yes.
And Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying he was just one amongst millions.
Yes.
So, obviously, we just want to go step by step. So, I want to hear from you, Brother Munakas. According to you, there are three things Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, and by the way, the reason I presented this reference is so that there should not be any problem of, which Jesus, Jesus of the Bible, this and that. No, it is about Prophet Isa alayhi salam. So Mirza Ghulam Qadiani said that Jesus was, number one, he was from the ordinary group. He was from ordinary group, number one. Number two, he said he was just one righteous person amongst the millions. Crore ha mukarrabo mein se ek tha. He was one righteous person from the millions. Now, Brother Munakas, he was a prophet of Allah. At the minimum, he was one from 124,000. Do you agree?
I agree so far, and I tell you.
Why Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying that he was from the ordinary group and he was just one amongst millions?
But Brother Imtiaz, you know very well in what context he's making all of those comments about Jesus. It is the context of the competition.
Brother Munakas, we are more than happy to discuss the context, but first we need to understand that a prophet of Allah, can we say that a prophet of Allah is just one from ordinary group and he was just one amongst millions? Because he cannot be one amongst millions.
On what grounds? You help me to understand that.
Because he was a prophet of Allah and the total number of prophet is 124,000.
Okay, yes.
Then how can he be from the millions?
Yeah, first of all, the first sentence is so offensive
Yes.
and so abhorrent that's unbelievable for a believer to utter something like this. Masih to sirf ek mamuli sa nabi tha. No nabi is mamuli. For example, he's saying the Messiah was only an ordinary prophet. This statement itself is oxymoron. Okay, first of all, this statement itself is self-contradictory. Let me explain something to you. A nabi and ma'muli are two opposite things. Okay, let me explain. Okay, this is like saying a square circle. Okay, because ma'muli is ordinary, and nabi is not ordinary. A nabi is nabi because he's not ordinary. You understand? So there is no ordinary prophet. There is no square circle because a prophet can never be ordinary.
Okay.
Even in prophetic capacity, there's no prophet who is ordinary.
I just have to interject quickly. So the Christians, they obviously believe that Jesus is God himself, and some of their narrations in the New Testament seems to indicate that. You know what the funny thing is? Even in the New Testament, Jesus himself tells his disciples that you will even make greater signs and deeds than me. So it's very strange. If even the Christians have narrations where Jesus tells the disciples, you will even perform greater deeds than even I do.
Brother Monakas,
how can it be?
My brother Monakas, we are just going unnecessarily away from the point. Do you believe that Isa was an ordinary prophet?
And Allah mentions him 25 times in the Quran.
And Allah says in the Quran, "Wajihan fid dunya wal akhirah wa minal muqarrabin."
Okay, this is something very powerful, Brother Monakas. This statement, "Masih to sirf ek mamuli sa nabi tha," is directly against the Quran.
Yes.
It's directly in contradiction with the Quran, directly, because this statement goes directly against the Quran. It contradicts the Quran. Masih to sirf ek mamuli sa nabi tha. The Messiah was just an ordinary prophet. The Quran doesn't think so. The Quran doesn't say so. The Quran praises Isa alayhi salam to the extent that one starts to believe that he is Allahu Akbar. You know, he's someone very, very special. He's one of the 5 Ulil Azam.
Yes.
Ulil Azam messengers of God. He's one of the 5 topmost. Okay.
Of course. But this is also what Mirza Ghulam Ahmad affirmed in his other writings. He even claims to be the second Messiah. Why does he affiliate himself with him?
Brother Monakas, just one thing, brother. One thing. So far, I'm asking you a simple question. On what basis you as a Muslim would say that Isa alayhi salam was an ordinary prophet? On what basis?
On the basis that he was a human being.
All prophets were human beings.
Yes, but in the case of...
Wait. Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, was he a human being?
Of course he was a human being.
Was he a prophet?
No, he was, of course.
Was he an ordinary prophet?
No, not in...
Why not? Why not?
Because of his accomplishments.
Okay, who else is not ordinary prophet other than him?
Musa alayhi salam.
Okay, and
Nuh, Ibrahim.
Why you want to miss Isa?
You want to miss out one, just one. You want to miss
Jesus,
out one.
No, of course not. He was born of course not.
My dear brother, look at this. Monakas, look at
game
this.
over.
Quran, you know, Monakas, Quran is declaring 5 prophets as extraordinary. Number 1, Prophet Muhammad sallam, Prophet Musa alayhi salam, Prophet Ibrahim, Prophet Nuh, and Nabi Isa alayhi salam. Okay, now Quran is counting Isa alayhi salam amongst 5 ulul azmi minar rusul. And Mirza Ghulam Qadiani says he was from the ordinary group, number 1. Number 2, he was an ordinary prophet. And number 3, he repeatedly said second time, he was ordinary and was not anything other than that. So, brother, this is directly against the Quran.
What if he was not ordinary, what was he?
He was one amongst the ulul azmi in the words of Quran. He was from one amongst the greatest 5 prophets. You know them all. You named them already.
Yes, yes.
So, brother, what I'm saying is, look at this one, brother Munakis, look at this one. On the one hand, Quran is putting Nabi Isa alayhi salam one amongst the 5 top prophets. This is Quran telling us. And Mirza Ghulam Qadiani says, no, he was an ordinary prophet. So, and he was not only prophet, he said he was from an ordinary group. Aam gro mein se tha. He was from an ordinary group as well. So, my brother Munakas, on the one hand, Quran is putting Isa alayhi salam in one amongst the 5 greatest prophets of all times, right? And he has many specialities, such as he was born without father, for example, okay, which is unique quality given to him. But despite all of that, and you can clearly see that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is going against the Quran and saying he was from the ordinary group, number one, and number two, he was ordinary prophet. This is anti-Quran. Yes, Munakas, your mic is...
Yeah, sorry. No, I was just writing on the chat to Brother Omar. But
okay, now wait, Munakas, wait. Obviously, we can go on and on this one, but I just want to move forward. Okay, now,
yes,
let me just move forward, because obviously we need to. Okay, I read for you this one. It's Ruhani Khazain, volume 11, page 290, and please listen what I'm saying. मिर्जा says ईसाइयों ने बहुत से आपके मोजज़ात लिखे हैं. He said Christians have documented many miracles of Isa alayhi salam. This is obviously he is referring to Bible or whatever you want to call it. Now look at this one. मगर हक बात ये है, but the truth is आपसे कोई मोजज़ा नहीं हुआ. No miracle at all occurred from Isa alayhi salam. Now, my dear brother, regardless of how we understand miracle, my question to you is, do you believe that Isa alayhi salam performed miracles?
He did. According to the Quran, he did.
Okay, now, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying two things. Number one is that Christians have documented many miracles of Isa alayhi salam. And then he said, Magar haq, please note the word, Magar haq baat ye hai. But the truth is that no miracle at all occurred from Isa alayhi salam. Do you agree?
Only depending on what he means by that.
My dear brother, meaning is not important. He's saying that Magar, my dear brother, please be honest. He's saying that, let me repeat one more time. ईसाइयों ने आपके बहुत से मोजज़ात लिखे हैं. Christians have documented many miracles of Isa alayhi salam. मगर हक बात ये है, but the truth of the matter is, or the truth is, कि आपसे कोई मोजज़ा नहीं हुआ. That no miracle occurred from Isa alayhi salam. How can you make this statement, my brother?
So he would be denying that he made miracles of healing. He made miracles of.
It is not, brother. It is in front of you. He said,
yes, but I mean in consideration of everything he wrote. That's what I mean.
Okay, let me give you one more. No problem. Look at this one. It says, और अपना कौल. He says that the statement of Jesus कि यूनुस के मोजज़ा के सिवा कोई मोजज़ा ना दिया जाएगा. He says that the statement of Jesus that other than the sign of Jonah, no miracle will be given. And then Mirza conclude, बाकी मोजज़ात को रद्द करता है. It says that it refutes all miracles of Isa alayhi salam और सलीब पर मरने से बचने को मोजज़ा ठहराता है. And it declares that because Isa was saved from the crucifixion, this was his miracle. Now, the reason I gave you the second quotation, that the second quotation is also testifying the first one. He said that there is no miracle of Isa other than just one thing. And what was that?
One statement is
Ji, bhai, definitely. So now, and the reason, Monakas, I quoted the second one, that I can quote you 10 right now. Monakas. But the point is, if you just want to, it's up to you. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying in black and white that the truth of the matter is no miracle happened from Isa alayhi salam. End of story.
It's black and white because he's saying, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. It says, haq baat ye hai, the truth is, aapse koi mu'jiza nahi hua. You have not done any miracles. Very simple. Any sincere person who really wants to understand and contemplate, this is enough. And if you're not sincere, if you're not willing to pay attention, then we can bring the heavens down, the sky, the sun, and the moon. It will not make any difference.
No. The issue is not about sincerity. The issue is that I find many of the points that you bring, they are superfluous. They cannot be maintained except that they demolish every religion that exists.
Okay, tell us
Brother,
how this statement where he says Jesus did not do any miracles is superfluous.
It is superfluous because his reasoning is that if even the New Testament record says that Jesus replies to the Pharisees and say, I will not give you any sign except the sign of Jonah, why would he?
But this is not what he's saying. He's saying the truth is that Jesus did not do any miracles. That's what he's saying.
But what is he basing that upon? He's not making that statement out of a vacuum.
No, because we know the greater context of his writings. He denied the miracles of Jesus. He called them mesmerism. He called them trickery. He said these miracles were not actually. This is why we've been debating the Qadianis.
Yes.
You haven't. Yeah.
But he makes.
Monakas, look at. Let's make it simple. Do you believe that Isa alayhi salam performed miracles?
Yes.
Why you believe that?
Because the Quran says that he made miracles.
Why Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is denying that?
He is not denying the miracles per se. He is denying that they are miracles.
Brother, wait. It is in black and it says that ईसाइयों ने आपके बहुत से मौजज़ात लिखे हैं. Christians have documented many of his miracles, but the truth is that no miracle have happened through Isa alayhi salam. And on the other hand, brother, look at this, brother. No matter how weak iman you have or I have, we don't have the audacity to say that Isa alayhi salam did not perform any miracle. We can't make this statement.
Yes.
But he did make this statement. Then how can he be a prophet or a Muslim even?
Oh, I get the point, but we can leave it aside. I'm not denying anything you say.
Wait. Let me, because our actual case was, we will prove to you that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was not a Muslim. Now, let me read this one. Adnan bhai, look at this one. It says that आपको गालियां देने और बदजुबानी की अक्सर आदत थी. Nauzubillah Mirza. It says that Isa alayhi salam has a bad mouth and he used to swear. अदना बात पे गुस्सा आ जाता था. He used to get angry at petty things. अपने नफ्स को जज्बात से रोक नहीं सकते थे. And he could not stop himself from emotions. Now, next thing is the key point. Please, brother, look at this one. मगर मेरे नजदीक, अदनान भाई, मगर मेरे नजदीक, but according to me,
yes,
आपकी ये हरकत जाए अफसोस नहीं है. He says, Mirza says, according to me, these habits or these actions of Isa alayhi salam, we cannot blame him. क्योंकि आप तो गालियां देते थे, because he used to swear at the Jews, और यहूदी हाथ से कसर निकाल लेते थे, and the Jews used to slap him. Now, my brother, Adnan bhai, I'll leave it to you by to discuss with him this point.
Yeah. So here Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is claiming that Jesus used to curse or swear at the Jewish people. You accept that?
This is even recorded by the Christian accounts themselves.
That's okay. But do you believe?
He even cursed the fig tree when he realized that it was a fig.
Brother Monakas, that's not the point. The point is, do you believe that Isa alayhi salam used to swear?
To swear. Do you believe that? We're not talking about who recorded it, because he's saying according to me.
I don't. No, sorry.
You don't believe that?
Do you believe that?
No. I mean, I don't believe that Jesus alayhi salam swore out of bad character. I don't think that. I think I think whatever condemnation he uttered.
But Mirza did. Mirza saying according to me. Magar mere nazdeek. According to me. This is not.
Yes.
According to me, this is. This is not shameful, because he used to swear. He used to only swear, but the Jews used to use their hands against him.
Okay, so if I understood you correctly, Mirza says that Jesus used to swear, and I state that he used to swear. Was that what you said?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what
Yes. He said that. Yes. But again, what's the point?
The point is that,
brother, the point is, you are saying right now that you cannot believe that Isa alayhi salam used to swear. Can I ask you why you can't believe this?
No, swearing is out of bad character.
My brother, I'm asking you that why did you say that you can't believe that Isa alayhi salam used to swear? Why?
But please, brother Imtiaz, you cannot ask those questions outside of context. It's impossible.
My brother, you said, did you not say that you can't believe that Isa alayhi salam used to swear? Did you not say this?
Yes, of course, but it's like saying,
look, brother, wait. My question to you is, why is it that you can't believe that Isa used to swear? Why?
No, I will explain to you why I cannot answer that question. It's like me making a statement that a prophet cannot, a prophet cannot fight. It's impossible that a prophet fights. But we know that every prophet, like Musa alayhi salam, like Joshua,
my brother, please. Fighting means jihad fi sabilillah. It has nothing to do with swearing.
I'm not just talking about jihad. I'm talking about like when Musa alayhi salam fought against the mushrikeen in the land of Canaan. It was justified. It was in a larger context of establishing.
Hello, brother. Let's not go too far. I'm asking you a simple question, Munakas. Be honest. I'm asking you. You already admitted that you cannot believe that Isa used to swear. I'm asking you why you can't believe this. Why?
Because swearing as being part of his character, as in overall bad character, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. I mean,
good. Yes, basically, the reason is if we attribute swearing to Isa alayhi salam, that is against him being a prophet of Allah, right?
No, why would that be the case?
Can a prophet of Allah swear at people?
Depends on. No. I'm just trying to reflect upon your question. It's almost sounds like a trick question.
No. Can a prophet of Allah call people MF, Mother F?
No, of course not. That's a different matter.
So that's what we mean by swearing. We don't mean by swearing something else, criticizing or being harsh. We're not talking about that. We're talking about vulgar words, okay? Because Mirza is using the word galiyan. Galiyan means swear words, very specifically in the Urdu language. Mother F, your sister this, your mother this, your this, okay? Whatever.
And if I may, yes.
Yeah, so wait.
Yes.
Can you imagine a prophet using that language? Simple question. No. Yes? No. Mirza is saying Jesus did. And Mirza said this because Mirza himself used the same language in his works, in his books.
This was the context, because the scholars of Islam, they were asking him that, Mirza, you are claiming to be such and such, but you have a foul language. And that's when he gave that example.
Okay. Yes. No. I'm aware of the context.
Let me explain this thing, not from myself, from Mirza himself. Please, not by look at this one now. It says that Hazrat Isa ne khud, Hazrat Isa alayhi salam. So there's no doubt that who is being referred to, okay? Hazrat Isa alayhi salam ne khud ikhlaqi taaleem pe amal nahi kiya. It says that Isa alayhi salam himself did not act upon the moral teachings. इस कदर बदजुबानी में बढ़ गए. He went to the extent कि यहूदी बुजुर्गों को वलदुल हराम तक कह दिया. He went to the extent of calling the Jewish elders as bastards. और हर एक वाज में, pay attention, हर एक वाज में यहूदी उलमा को सख्त गालियां दी. And he used to swear in every single one of his sermon. He used to swear at the Jewish scholars और बुरे इनके नाम रखे. And he used to call them bad names. इखलाकी मुअल्लिम का फर्ज ये है के पहले आप इखलाक़े करीमा दिखलावे. He says that the responsibility of a moral teacher is that he must live by the moral values first by himself. Ji Adnan bhai, now you can ask him if you want to ask something.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think with Monakas, we have nothing more to say. If this doesn't make sense to him, then nothing will. I believe nothing will. If this is not making a difference to your mind and the way you think about Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, then we leave you to Allah. That's it. There's nothing more we can say.
No, I'm continuing researching and reading, but you know where he's basing this information from. When he says that Jesus used to swear against the Jewish elder, where is he getting this information
But
from?
Jesus never called them bastard children.
Mere nazdeek.
No, wait. Yeah, Jesus never called them bastard children. Where did he call them bastard children?
No, he didn't use those words. So wait.
Monakas, Mirza is writing here. He called them Waldul Haram. You know Arabic, right?
Yes. I mean, I don't know fluent Arabic, but I know certain words. So I understand that word.
Okay, do you know the meaning of walad?
Walad, yes, the children of, or the sons of.
And haram.
Of course, yes, because they are like, the B word.
Yeah. What is the word waladul haram? If you put two words together, you tell me what it means.
Yeah, basically, like children of illegitimate birth.
Yeah.
To put it in that way.
Bastard children. So show me where Jesus called Jewish elders bastard children or bastards. Show me.
The only statement I can think of, which is what Mirza Ghulam himself makes reference to, it's when Jesus said that this is an adulterous generation.
Yeah, that's different. That's not calling them bastard children, the elders, because he's saying, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying, कि इस कदर बदजुबानी में बढ़ गए कि यहूदी बुजुर्गों को वल्दुल हराम तक कह दिया, that he became so vulgar in his bad language that he called Jewish elders bastard children.
I mean, he is right in the sense that when you read the context of that statement that Jesus made,
goodness.
No, it's not my goodness. It was in reference to the elders.
I think there's nothing next then. I think Monakas, we pray to Allah that Allah helps you and open your eyes and hearts.
That's all we can
continue. Monakas, before you go, obviously, even though I just want to give you one last point, because look, our claim is, and by the way, Monakas, look, how about this one? Obviously, you have contact with Razi, you go on their stream. Can you please do us a favor? Bring them, and if they don't want to come, ask them to come on a independent platform. Let's debate on this one. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was not a Muslim, to be honest. That's the end of story.
Okay, and I just want to say
because
that
if you will go back and forth, you'll come to us, get ideas, get arguments, go back to them, get their spins on it. You will be playing ping pong or table tennis for the rest of your life. Okay, you need to use your own aql that Allah has given you, your intellect, and use it, because if we show you black and white evidence that he was abusive, Mirza was cursing, he was lying, he made up information about the Prophet from thin air, it doesn't exist, those reports don't exist. He was praising the British Empire, the colonial rule in India, especially when they committed a genocide of 100 million people. Are you aware of this? Did you watch the stream from the beginning?
No, I watched from the beginning. I saw your quote from
So if none of that impacted you, there's nothing we can do for you. That's it. This is up to Allah now. And if you want to go and listen to their spins, their versions of history, you're most welcome to do so. There's nothing we can do. And you'll still remain confused or playing ping pong with Allah when Allah is showing you black and white evidence and you're not willing to listen. That's it. And you're confused for whatever reason. Maybe you like them. Maybe you like the biryani, the curry, or the dal. They offer you, or I don't know what it is. I'm not saying it's that. We don't know why you would be inclined to a cult like that. That's a minority that's been rejected by the majority of the ummah.
No, that's exactly the point. The reason why I incline towards them is because...
Brother, wait, before you say something. Brother, look at this one. our case is very simple. If you want to discuss today, or if you want to bring any of the murabbis, we are ready right now. We are ready right now. If you can contact them, please contact them. And by the way,
tell them to save you. Tell them to save you. Yes.
Yeah. And by the way, Munakas, if they tell you that no, we can't go on their streams, I swear by Allah, right now, I will end the stream and we'll go on their stream right now. Okay, now look at this.
I believe you. I believe you in this regard.
Okay, now look at this, brother. Look, and this reference is, if this reference cannot open your eyes, then we leave it with Allah, because there's no point to further. Okay, look at this one.
Brother Imtiaz,
Let
I'm
me
sorry,
just complete.
before you read it,
yes. Just one reference. Last one. Okay. Mirza says, but there is no evidence to suggest that the righteousness of Messiah is greater than the righteousness of other pious people of his time. Mirza is very clear, no need to explain. Now let's move on. Rather, in one respect, Yahya alayhi salam possesses a superiority over Isa alayhi salam. And then Mirza gives reason. Why? Yahya did not drink alcohol, nor is it recorded anywhere that a prostitute ever came to him and massage his head with perfume oil purchased from her own earnings, i.e. earnings of haram. And then it says, or ever touched his body and rubbed it with her hair, or that as young women who had no relationship with him was placed into his service. Look at the word. And then Mirza says, next, this point, Munakas, is very, very crucial. Please pay attention. Mirza says, for this reason, Allah has referred in the Quran Yahya as Hasuran and not Isa alayhi salam. And then Mirza explains, because such stories stand as a hindrance or obstacle for Allah in Messiah being referred as Hasuran. Now, basically, in black and white, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying in the Quran, now there's no question of Bible now, okay? It says in the Quran, Yahya alayhi salam is referred as Hasuran, and Isa alayhi salam is not referred as Hasuran. And then Mirza gives us the reason. He said the reason is because Yahya alayhi salam was not drinking alcohol and he was not having any contact with the prostitute. And then he says that these two things, drinking alcohol and being with the prostitute, these two things were the obstacle for Allah to call Isa as Hasuran. Yes, what would you say now?
A sincere question. So is he not making a distinction between the Isa of the Quran and what he's getting from the New Testament? I'm asking sincerely. Asking.
We're answering you. No, he's not. He's not, because he's using the Quran as his evidence. If he was referencing the Bible, then you could make that point or ask that question. But he is using the Quran as his reference, that Allah did not call Isa alayhi salam Husur like he did Yahya, because of these weaknesses in the character of Isa alayhi salam.
Okay,
and
so
the Quran is the reference.
Okay, so inshallah, if they will take a debate with you on this matter, then I am, how do you say in English, of sort of hearing, I'm hearing the truth of the matter. But I just want to say that
they will not take the debate. We're telling you now.
Before we go to debate, this passage right now, in which Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is giving us the Quranic reason that why Isa is not referred as Hasuran. Do you agree with Mirza Ghulam Qadiani?
No, I mean, I do not believe that Jesus has any such dealings. But obviously, I cannot affirm this. I'll say that. But I just want to say in regards to
no. Why can't you affirm that? Why can't you affirm that?
Of course, a prophet of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala cannot have a relationship with
brother. We're not. No, wait, brother. We give you a black and white statement from Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, which no Qadiani has the guts to deny and reject. Here, he's saying Allah called Husur, Allah called Yahya Husur because he did not have the following defects in his character: no alcohol, no touching of the prostitutes, no mixing with women of young women.
Yes,
and that's why Allah did not call Isa Husur in the Quran. So he's justifying the Quran. He's justifying the Quran, saying the reason why Allah called Yahya Husur is because of these characteristics.
Okay, good point. I will hold to this point. It's a very good point. I will not deny it.
Munakis, wait,
yes.
brother. Let me just complete this point, because Abhi, this point is very crucial, brother. Look at this one. If I ask you point by point, do you agree that in this passage, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is answering a question, and the question is, why is it Quran calls Isa, Quran basically gives the title of Hasuran to Yahya and does not give the title of Hasuran to Isa alayhi salam? Do you agree that in this passage, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is addressing this point?
Yes, it seems that this is an inter-Islamic textual context. Yes.
Wait. Why do you use the word seem? Because Mirza, in the entire passage, he is addressing one point. He said that Yahya is called Hasuran, Isa is not called Hasuran, and this is the reason. Agree?
Okay, yeah, of course, yes.
Okay, now the next point is it in the Quran that Yahya is referred as Hasuran?
Not that I'm.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Yes. Okay. Yes, I agree.
Okay.
Yes.
And is it also in the Quran that Isa alayhi salam is not referred as Hasuran?
Yes.
Okay, now it means that the subject is the Quran. Agree? Munakas, agree? Your mic is
sorry, I was muted. Yes, I agree. Yes, I said I agree.
Is Quran binding on the Christians?
No, obviously not.
It means that there is no discussion of Christianity, this and that. The whole discussion is based on Quran. That according to Quran, why is it that one prophet is Hasuran and the other one is not? That's the subject matter number one. Number two, brother, there are two possibilities. If Mirza Ghulam Qadiani genuinely, please brother, pay attention. If Mirza Ghulam Qadiani genuinely believed that this is the reason that why Isa is not called Hasuran, then he is a kafir. Agree?
The implication is serious. Yes.
Let me repeat, brother. If Mirza Ghulam Qadiani believed, I'm saying if Mirza Ghulam Qadiani believed that according to Quran, the reason Quran did not call Isa as Hasuran, this is the reason. If he believed this, is he a kafir?
Yes, of course.
No.
I have to say. Yeah.
Okay, good. So
based on my own conviction as well. Yeah.
Of course. If he believes this, he's a kafir. That is one thing we have both agreed. Now, the other possibility is that in reality, in these ayat of the Quran, Allah is not saying this. Mirza just made it up.
Sorry, repeat the last thing you said.
There are two possibilities. What Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has said here, the Quranic reason that why Isa is not Hasuran and Yahya is Hasuran. If Mirza believes in this reason, he is a kafir. We both agree.
Yeah, I got that part. But now, the very last thing.
Okay, yes. Now the other, if he does not believe in this, why did he say this?
Okay. Now I get your point. Now I missed that part. Yes. Okay.
So there's no third option. If he believes in this, he's a kafir. If he does not believe, then he said this, he's still a kafir because he lied on the Quran.
I mean, I remember in a previous stream when I joined, you actually brought this up, and even then I agree with you. So I don't think my stance hasn't differed on this, because I haven't.
This alone is enough. This one statement alone is enough.
Yes, but brother Adnan, can I just say, the reason why I'm not playing ping pong, the reason why I said I have reconsidered my position is because I have taken a bay'ah, so I have officially joined the Jamaat, and I thought it was a little bit disrespectful of me of just joining and leaving in that manner. So I just wanted to have every certainty before I it's precisely because I don't want to play ping pong with this. That's why I don't want to make any hesitant decision to leave or join.
So do you want Allah to come down to talk to you directly, or you want the Prophet to come back and tell you that Mirza was a liar, Dajjal, Kafir, or you want his statements to tell you? Which method would you prefer? Tell us.
No, of course, that's unreasonable. That would be unreasonable to have that expectation.
So the only source we have to judge Mirza is his writing, correct?
Yes. Can I just say, brother, I promise, and because this is recorded, this is on record, I promise that after I have satisfied my own questions with everybody, not just with you, wallahi, if I leave, I officially done leave the Jama'ah and I return back to Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah, wallahi, I'll make it public here.
Okay, alhamdulillah, no problem. We're not forcing you.
I know. I'm just trying to give you a hint that I'm not trying to play ping pong with this. I want to make it official.
Very quickly, I have another question from you. Very quickly, do you agree that the British colonial rule in India was racist, genocidal, apartheid, and mass murdering?
I don't have that much historical knowledge about modern empires, but in a general sense, that's the knowledge I know in general. Yes.
Okay.
Obviously, there were those things associated with
and if we give you specific evidence that the British colonial rule killed 100 million people when Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was active as the Messiah, the Mahdi, and the Prophet.
So you mean that despite knowing the fact that the British Empire caused such a massive death?
Yeah, he cannot not know. He's a prophet. He cannot
know.
No,
of course. But I mean, your point is specifically that despite knowing that, he did not oppose or condemn the British.
No, not oppose. Not opposed. He said, you have to be loyal and you have to serve the British colonial government. There is no one more loyal than him. And he said he is the refuge of God. Yeah. He is the refuge of God for such an entity.
I'm generally aware that if already from his father's time, and if I'm not mistaken, even his grandfather.
No. Wait. Can you put up that article, Imtiaz, by 1 second? Because this is about the brother's soul. If we can save him by showing him some pieces of evidence.
Is this the Al Jazeera article?
Yeah, 100 million deaths in India. Yeah, this is by 2 historians. And they're not Sunnis and they're not mullahs or Maulvis or whatever, And before the Jamaat comes back to you and say, oh, we don't trust this source. Okay, here you have it. Okay.
Jason Hickel and Dylan Sullivan. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. How British colonialism killed 100 million Indians in 40 years, from 1880 to 1920. This is exactly when Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was active as an author, as Masih, as Mahdi, as Masih Ma'ud, and then as a prophet. Okay? He did not condemn this even in a sentence, did not mention it, didn't mention it on to the contrary. He basically said that he is God's refuge for the British colonial rule in India.
He said that I will give my life for you.
Yeah, he said, I'll give my life for this rule. Like my father, my brother, they fought for you. I will give my life. And my Jamaat, my followers are also loyal to you and they would die for you. That's what he wrote. He wrote this. Okay?
Okay.
And this is the greatest catastrophe.
Point taken.
Now, Monakas, is it not true that Jamaat is telling people that in the time of Messiah, there will be end of wars, no more war? Then why Mirza is saying to the British Raj that I and my Jamaat will die for you?
Okay. Yes. Good point.
Yeah, look,
brothers,
that's a separate point. I like to use evidence that cannot be denied. First of all, Monakas, are you convinced that this article is truthful or somewhat trustworthy, or these historians, they don't have any reasons to lie?
I mean, obviously, even outside of my historical knowledge, I'm aware of those facts in general. So I'm not disputing that.
Yeah, I don't like to be vague about things. This is specific. This is a specific claim made by historians, about a specific area, about a specific region for specific time. Okay, they are making this claim that within these 40 years, 100 million people died due to British colonial rule in India. Okay,
Yes.
and at this very time, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was praising the British colonial rule in terms that one cannot possibly reconcile the fact that he was a criminal at heart to be praising someone like that. Today, let us say Israelis. Today, that guy Musab, who turns up, who comes on TV, this guy.
Yeah, I know
Gaza.
this.
Yeah. What do you think of that guy? Be very honest. Tell me from the depth of your heart.
Yeah, you're referring to this son of a Hamas leader, right?
Yeah, Musab. His name is Musab.
Yeah,
and he's being paraded around news channels with Piers Morgan and all those guys.
No, I don't trust him. I don't trust him at all.
You don't trust him, but you still somewhat have some sympathy for Mirza Ghulam Qadiani for you not to disown, because this is worse than that. What Musab is doing is trivial in comparison to what Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. Musab is not saying it's part of my religion to serve Israel. Musab is not saying that I am the most loyal servant of Israel in the world, or my followers must follow Israel. He's not doing that. Mirza said it is part of my religion to be subservient to the British colonial rule in India. Okay,
yes.
This is and British colonial rule in India in these 40 years in particular, if we take out the rest of the history, is far worse than what Israel has done in the last 70 years with the Palestinians.
No, of course. I mean, the British Empire was even a larger entity. So yes, of course.
So you seem very relaxed. You seem. I mean, if I was you, I would be shivering in my pants. I would be shivering in my shalwar rather.
Brother, I'm not being relaxed about that. I just
yes. Okay, we can go on and on, brother.
Let him finish. He's saying something. He's saying, I want to hear from him.
Yeah, I just want to say that out of respect for the Jamaat, I'm not speaking about the Jamaat. Out of respect that I have made that bay'ah, I have joined them officially. I want to sort of just ask them, speak to them, and then wallahi, I will use my own aql. I will not just accept whatever answer I get from them. I will deal with whatever question I have. I will deal with them. And then yes.
Can you use the stream in the very beginning? We put out some quote from Mirza Ghulam Qadiani where he's talking about dying for the British colonial rule.
No. I mean, every point that has been brought up is relevant. The whole quote about Jesus not being Husul. I mean, all of this is relevant. It's very important.
These are separate topics for me.
And even though if we want to put it this way, obviously when Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying that he himself and his Jamaat is ready to die for it means that he is ready to fight for them, right?
Yeah, and they did.
And the point at Nanbai is he is telling Muslims the end of war.
Yes, for Muslims to resist the British racist, genocidal, apartheid, colonial rule in India, jihad is not allowed. It is haram. For the Qadianis to fight on the British front in Iraq against the Ottomans, for the British to kill Muslims, by the way, to kill Muslims for the British colonial rule, it is a virtue.
And by the way, when I come on this stream, obviously it's only one aspect of me that you're seeing, but I have a tons of questions that I have myself, which I will sort of bring up with them. In fact,
then look, the problem is when they respond to you and spin facts, you may not have the knowledge and the ability to counter their arguments. So this is why we want you to bring them here or bring them to us.
Yes, but there are certain matters which I think will not. They will, if I go with that it will spin. It will not be possible. For instance, yes.
Munakas, look, brother. We can go on and on. Let me make it simple for both sides. Okay, brother. There are two things. One is that we are going to debate on this topic, and we are ready even right now.
Your time for me. I'm going to prepare and come back and tell you guys, inshallah.
And the topic, Munakas, is Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was not a Muslim. He was a disbeliever. Now, obviously, it's a big statement, and it has to be backed up with evidence.
Yes, of course.
There are two options. One is that you ask us that how much time you want. For example, if you want 1 month, no problem. Let's fix 1 month, and you go and sit with them, learn from them, and then come back, and then we can have a decisive discussion. It's not like that, for example, okay, I will go to them, talk to, no, you take your time. You take 1 month, you take 2 months, tell us,
But yes, but that's my point. Yeah.
Wait, let me complete. Or the simple way is we are ready to come on their stream to debate this same topic, that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was not a Muslim.
That would be wonderful. I would really look forward to that.
And if they do not agree, even on their own channel, what it means then?
It will be very disappointing. I'll be honest.
For example, no matter how weak Muslims are, if any Christian, Hindu, or somebody says that he can prove conclusively that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, nauzubillah, he was not a truthful prophet. If somebody throws this challenge, I would say there will be hundreds and thousands of Muslims ready to debate this person, right?
Yeah, well, of course.
And we are saying this day in, day out. We are saying that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was not a Muslim. In order to hide all of this information, they want to debate the other topics. Oh, Isa died. Tawaffa mean this. Look, if Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is proven to be a non-Muslim, end of story.
Yeah, there are certain. Yeah.
And we are ready. Now, you tell us that, okay, for example, if you go to them and talk to them and they said, no, we don't want to debate, what would you do then?
Then there is, at that point, there will be really no. Then I have nothing to stand on, to be perfectly honest with you, because I have questions, I need answers. If I don't receive answer, then yeah, it's very fishy. But brother Imtiaz, I just want to say, I'm not staying in the Jamaat out of how do you say, out of obstinance, if I use the correct word. I don't want to be disrespectful towards them. I have taken bay'ah. Yeah.
Monakas, for us it is irrelevant. For us, only one thing that matters, and that is Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was a disbeliever.
Okay, yeah, of course, it's a fair point. Yes.
And if it is proven, nothing needs to be proven after that, because I'm saying again and again, brother, look, we will guarantee you everything. For example, what is the biggest propaganda? Oh, look, we will use Mirza Sahib. Okay, we will use the word Mirza Sahib, which is a respectful way of saying Mirza Ghulam Qadiani.
Yes.
Okay, and we can give them everything reasonable they want from us, but the debate will be Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was not a Muslim.
You and Adnan have in particular been very fair. That's why